Good.
Republicans run.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power, and the committee has convened today for the purpose of executing a bill, followed by public hearings. And at this time, I would like to welcome our newest member to the committee, Representative Harvey. Welcome to Municipal and County Government. Additionally, I would like to also welcome temporary subs for today, Representative Brian Labrie in for Representative Dolan, and Representative Jack in for Representative Colby. Welcome back. Now, please ensure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Harvey.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As I said, the committee has convened today at 9 a.m. for an executive session on our last early bill, followed by public hearings on 10 bills beginning at approximately 9:25. The committee will break for lunch sometime after the hearing that's scheduled for 11:35. Or thereafter, and additionally, as publicly noticed pursuant to House Rule 44, executive session on pending legislation may be held throughout the day, time permitting, from the time the committee is initially convened. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1427 FN, limiting the authority of a municipality, county, or school district to issue bonds. At this time, I would like to offer to the committee Amendment 2026-0300H for adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative McDonald seconds that motion. So everybody should have a copy of this amendment. If you don't, raise your hand, and I have additional copies. I'm going to pass one this away. There. Representative Harvey, oh, okay, we have extras here. Representative Jack, you all set? Okay. So the amendment, basically, as you can, it's pretty self-explanatory, and it's a replace all. And substantially, what it does is it does two things. It changes the vote threshold to approve a bond from the 3/5 to 2/3. And additionally, it also places the question to approve a bond on the official ballot for those political subdivisions who utilize the official ballot system. And the reason why I'm offering this amendment is because the bill as filed goes very far. While I can acknowledge and both appreciate what the sponsors of this bill they're attempting to do, it goes too far in my opinion, with regards to local bonding authority. And I'm sure others can agree that that is problematic. So one thing that I would like to point towards is what is in this amendment is not novel. To be clear, for a very long time, the vote threshold to approve a bond was 2/3. And I did some research with regards to that. And RSA 33(8) was enacted back in 1891. And I went through and looked at all the revisions and did the research. And as far as I can see, it was 2/3. Yes, it was 2/3. And for historical context, in 1999, there was a bill, it was House Bill 487, that reduced the threshold from the 2/3 to 3/5 for political subdivisions that used just SB2. And then subsequently in 2020, there was a Senate Bill 563, that made that change for the traditional form of town meeting, going from the 2/3 to the 3/5. So, as I stated before, to reiterate, going from the 3/5 approval threshold to 2/3 is not something that the state has never seen before. I feel that it makes complete sense. And I hope that you would join me in supporting this replace all to make those small, common sense changes to the adoption of bonds. Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized for a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So based on the testimony in those hearings at those times for the changes, what is the argument in favor of the 3/5 and the 2/3, and why are we making this more difficult now when we have no testimony about complaints? We have no information about a good reason to make this change. I'm just curious, what testimony do we have to go on to base this on?
I will comment on your inquiry. Just to be clear, this is not a hearing, but I will comment. And it is very clear that throughout the state, our constituents are complaining and having difficulty with local property taxes. Local property tax bills are unsustainable, and that is a direct result of the spending at the local level. I personally get so much feedback with regards to that, and when I'm out in my district, there are so many people that they're just simply being taxed out of their homes. We have elderly people on fixed incomes, young families, single parents, and the list goes on. And as I stated when I introduced this amendment, I acknowledge and I appreciate what the prime sponsors are trying to do. They're trying to put some more guardrails around local spending. And in this committee, we have seen so many bills that have come before this committee where people are trying to do many different things. They're trying to pull different levers in order to address the issue of unsustainable local property taxes. So what this amendment does is it simply goes back to what had been on the books for literally decades. And I find that that's reasonable and appropriate. Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually did hear testimony, some of the testimony that we did receive in opposition to the bill. And I'd just like to quote a line from this testimony, which comes from Chris Coates, who is the Cheshire County Administrator. The substance of this bill implies a lack of honesty or discipline among local governments that is not supported by fact or by existing law. And when I look at the original bill, which didn't seek to place any guardrails at all, by the way, around municipal borrowing, it sought to prohibit municipal borrowing outright, which would be a disaster for our municipalities who must borrow money by law to finance certain projects that they are obligated to provide to their residents. This is not optional. This is not frivolous. This is a necessity for their survival. And making it more difficult for them will not lower property taxes, in my view.
Representative Grund is recognized for a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, part of the problem of local property taxes isn't necessarily because of bonds. The local property tax keep going up because we don't have a fair share of revenue coming in to help support budgets. That's a fact. When schools even put forward bonds to put a school project on, they don't pass right away, even at a 3/5. And many times it takes 3 or 4 times to even get a vote passed. Most of the time, to get it passed, they reduce the project to get it to a point where the voters are saying, this is what we're willing to support. So why are we making it even harder when things aren't even passing? And if we're talking about budgets being too high, it's not necessarily the bonds, it's the budgets themselves. And a big part of that is because we don't have enough fair share of revenue coming in from the state. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Harvey is recognized.
May I ask a question, Madam Chair?
You may ask.
I appreciate all the research you did. Thank you. In your research, was there a reason why in 1999 it went from 2/3 to 3/5, or could you not find that in the research?
My answer isn't probably going to change anybody's mind. So to be clear, in those 2 years, the Democrats were in control of the House. And what I would say to that is, if a project is warranted and it has support, then the two-thirds vote threshold should be attainable. So I don't really see any concern with regards to changing it to 2/3. And I will restate that when these laws were enacted decades ago, it was 2/3. And it's not clear to me why the vote threshold would be reduced to 3/5. I mean, I think we could guess as to why that is. It seems somewhat obvious. But again, I'll say that 2/3 is the way it had been forever, for a very, very long time. And in my opinion, all things all factored in, I feel very firmly that this is contributing to, the difficulty that our constituents are having with their local property taxes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Northampton, back in 2012, started a project to replace our library, our town administration office, our police, and our fire department. All 4 functions, the facilities were in very significant disrepair and put us at a severe disadvantage for hiring. So we embarked on a long process to replace those buildings. We got a majority the first year, and it failed. And that's fine. We went back, as Representative Grund said, we sharpened our pencils, we reduced, we moved, we switched, we did this and that. We got really close to the supermajority of 3/5 the second time around. The third time around, we got even closer. We sharpened our pencils one last time, and the project passed. It cost us $4 million. $4 million because inflation, because of cost of materials, because of. If we had to get to 2/3, I would think that the project might not have passed at all. We wouldn't have been able to hire any female police or fire people because our buildings were not compliant. The females were changing in a bathroom that was also serving as our weapons cache. Our library was not ADA compliant. You had to go over a threshold, and wheelchairs couldn't do that. And on and on and on. This is a bad idea. The 2/3 is going to it's not fiscally responsible. It's not going to reduce spending. It's going to increase costs. I think it's a bad idea, and I do not support either the amendment or the underlying bill.
Further comments? Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking another comment. My question is a technical one. Your amendment amends 33-8, which is about utilities, financing utilities. I wonder why you didn't choose RSA 35A, which says it is hereby declared to be in the public interest and to be the policy of the state to foster and promote by all reasonable means the provision of adequate markets and facilities for borrowing money by governmental units.
That would be an OLS question. Further comments? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my comments follow up on Representative Majori. I almost called you Selectman.
That's 15 years behind me.
I know. Because the same kind of thing happened in our community where we had a very large bond. And it did take a couple of years of convincing to build a new police station. And it was quite a large bond. It failed the first time. And of course, the price went up another couple million when we tried it the second time. But the voters were convinced that, yes, indeed, we needed to do it. And if we put it off again, it would cost even more. So a majority or the level that we need to pass it would be for our select board a difficulty if we changed it because our duty to protect the town and its welfare would be stymied.
Further comments? Chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm struggling with the fact that the bill as it was originally written, as you, Madam Chair, had mentioned, went too far and probably would not have passed. But yet this amendment goes and changes something that we have no public hearing on, we have no testimony on. It's, I don't understand why you'd want to change it other than the bill was here, so we're going to take it and see if we can get this passed. I don't feel like there's strong reason to pass it. Back in 1999, it probably went through full public hearings. To change from a 2/3 to a 3/5, there's probably testimony. If there was, we'd have to go research. But I can't support an amendment that received no public hearing, no feedback, no actual understanding why. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2026-0300H to House Bill 1427 FN. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are not in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes, please.
Representative Guthrie,
No.
Representative Labrie,
Yes.
Representative Elward. Yes. The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz.
No.
Representative Karazinski.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
No.
Representative Walker.
Yes.
Representative Stavis.
No.
Representative Gilman.
No.
Representative Majori.
No.
Representative Frogt.
No.
Representative Jack.
No.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Gerard.
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Amendment 2026-0300H fails with a vote of 7 to 11. Do I have a further motion? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would move ITL on House Bill 1427 FN.
Is there a second? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis. Sorry, Representative Stavis seconds that. Thank you. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
I will, thank you. And I think we do need to add a little bit to the context that you added, Madam Chairwoman, because this bill does go too far, and it goes too far in a number of different ways. Essentially, this bill prevents bonding in a municipality unless there's a declared emergency, and then you can only bond for 10 years. I can't imagine how you can budget, how you can ask taxpayers to be able to fund a capital reserve for Exeter, a $52 million wastewater system, Northampton, a $14 million project, and so on and so forth, that the impact on the tax rate would be extraordinary. I also look in a declared emergency, it's kind of interesting that the emergency would have to be declared by the governor, but it says the declared emergency shall include but not be limited to emergencies. So basically you're saying it has to be declared, but it could be anything. So there are no guardrails in this for the declared emergency. It invokes personal liability if things are done by the governing body in bad faith. Wow, there's more. I think maybe I'll stop there because others might have other things to add to that. Thank you.
Further comments? Chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
So I've been waiting to do this for a very long time, ever since we heard the bill. One of the experts cited by the bill's sponsor in his presentation was Thomas Jefferson, who said, "Never spend money before you have it." Now, we all know that Thomas Jefferson was constantly in debt all through his life, and upon his death, Monticello had to be auctioned off to pay his debts.
The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One problem I have with this bill is that it doesn't provide for how a municipality would bond for when an emergency is declared. In an SB2 town, you vote once a year. So if an emergency occurs in June, we would have to incur the costs of a special town meeting.
Further comments? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And adding on to Representative Majori's list, there was a requirement to at least a majority of all registered voters to participate before this could even be counted. Why are we making a determination of those who don't show up have a stronger voice than those who do? So I am completely against this bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1427 FN. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
No.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Labrie,
No.
Representative Elward.
No.
The clerk votes no. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
No.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Jack,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 13 to 5. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1427 FN is inexpedient to legislate. So that will, it would be pushing it, but that will have to, I suppose, go on the regular calendar. Who will write the majority report?
Happy to write the report.
Representative Stavis, and will there be a minority report? It is not needed, it is optional. Seeing none, there will be no minority report. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 1427 FN.
Well, this is a no. Mhm. It's not about financial.
At this time, the committee is going to move into public hearings. So in order to stay on schedule today, the chair will allow, I would like, if at all possible, for bill introductions to be by the prime sponsor or a designee to be complete within 5 minutes, followed by questions and answers. But we will not time that. And then depending upon how many pink cards I get for any bill, I may need to restrict or limit public testimony. And again, it depends on the bill. In general, it's going to be 3 minutes, but if I have a boatload of pink cards, then I may need to reduce that a little bit. So for people who are here to provide public testimony, if need be, and the time is limited, please feel free to submit, if you have hard copies of your testimony, to the committee at each end of the table. And additionally, you may submit any additional testimony or information to the committee online. Representative Majority.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think I need to make a point of order. May I do that?
Sure.
I would like to make a motion on a previous bill, a motion of reconsideration on a bill that we heard last week. So what I want to do is move reconsideration on House Bill 1076. And if there is a second, I will certainly speak to why that is and the homework that's gone into this over the last couple days.
So was that a point of order?
I don't know.
So that a point of order, it would be a process question. So at this time, I'm not going to allow that. But what I would recommend is we caucus.
Okay.
And then we'll take your request potentially up.
Okay.
So Representative McDonald.
I was just going to call for a caucus. Uh, 10 minutes.
Okay, so at this time, the committee is going to break off into partisan caucuses for 10 minutes, and we will reconvene here at 9:45. The chair did not recognize a member from this committee to make a motion. Therefore, at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1386, enabling citizens in a municipality to vote to require that a financial audit of the local school district take place. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Andrus, to introduce her bill to us today. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Municipal Government Committee, and I am going to talk fast because I know very much how pressed for time you are. I'm Representative Louise Andrus. I represent Merrimack County District 5, Andover, Danbury Hill, Salisbury, and Webster. But I'm also a taxpayer in the Merrimack Valley School District who had a deficit of $2 million at the end of the fiscal year 2024. My district is in Merrimack Valley is Boscawen, Loudon, Salisbury, Webster, and 2 wards in Pennacook. And how this bill came about is because the deficit ended at the period of June 30th, 2024. We, the taxpayers, were not apprised of the deficit until January 2025. And then after that, in the spring of 2025, we put a petition in to the school board asking for a forensic audit. That school board never discussed that petition and it never went anywhere. And I'm going to tell you very briefly what happened. In 2024, there was this deficit, and like I said, we didn't know anything about it. In October of 2024, there was a public hearing, and $500,000 was taken out by the school board from 2 trust funds. And it just, they need to pay some bills, is about what it amounted to. But we were not told that there was a deficit. In December of that, in 2024, we noticed the business administrator had disappeared. So I contacted the superintendent, and everything I did by email, so I have proof of everything I do. And he told me that she resigned at the December SAU meeting. But there was never anything put in the minutes of the meeting that she had resigned. But I kept going back and forth as superintendent, and you have to drag information out of them. She worked until the end of February on a limited basis. The SAU did all the work, and the people that worked in the SAU did all her work. I take it the biggest part of it. The superintendent got outside help. We have no idea what it cost us. We have had, as you know, several deficits in different school districts. The taxpayers have to pay for that. And we have a right to know exactly what happened. Now, we had a general audit, and a report came out. But in that audit, it did not give us the specifics. That's why we wanted to do a forensic audit. I went to the Department of Education. I went to the State Board of Education. I went to the DRA. Nobody could help us. We, the citizens of a school district, should not have to fight to find out what goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Andrus. Are you willing to take questions? Did you hear what I said? Are you thinking? I asked if you were willing. Are you done with your bill introduction?
Yeah, there's only
Okay.
one thing. If I hope you support this bill, all of you, because the people need it. And if there's any changes I am be more than happy to abide, by what you think is, because I don't even know if the bill's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize if I interjected during your bill introduction. There was a pause and I thought that you were done. So I will ask, are you willing to take questions of the committee
Oh,
at this
yes,
time?
yes.
Okay, very good, thank you. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? The chair recognizes Representative Gerard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Andrews, for taking my question. In the section 4, in line 13, you stated that an audit should be conducted within 90 days. Is that the start of the audit? Is that the process to get to sending it out? And please understand, I've also in a district that also had some issues, and we had actually requested a forensic audit. And to this date, we haven't been able to find anybody who was willing to do it. So I'm just trying to figure out where the 90-day time frame came from.
Okay, I mean, I realize to find somebody to do a forensic audit is not easy. So whatever the committee thinks needs to be corrected in this bill, I am all for it. But it's like I said, we've got to do something so the people, maybe it's not a forensic audit. Like we had a general audit, but that did not give us the specifics exactly what happened and how $2 million of our money was spent and it shouldn't have been. So, I know there's got to be a balance, but also the people have a right to know what happened and we shouldn't have to fight with the school district to get the answers.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Line 9, you have the 1% of registered voters within a local school district. I would also like to add 25 signatures like you would with a normal petition warrant article.
Yeah, I mean, in a normal petition, it only takes 25 signatures, and I think for a forensic audit or any type of audit requested by the people, it shouldn't take any more than 25 signatures.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So typically, a forensic audit is about suspected fraud or criminal activity. That's what they're really about. So if you're looking for like how the money was spent, I'm not sure that would come out of it. So my question is, did your general financial audit give you the financials within it that you would be able to review and see where was the money spent?
Okay, I know there are those, I haven't reviewed it all, but I know those who are business people reviewed the audit, and there was no specifics in there how we went over $2 million.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your bill here says municipalities to vote to require financial audit. Is that all municipalities or just towns? Because cities have a larger population, and in my case, Rochester, you got 1% of 33,000 is a lot more than a town of 8,000 gets 1%.
Well, as far as audit goes, if anybody has a deficit, I don't care how large or small you are, the people should be able to ask for a specific audit of what really happened.
Follow up.
Yes, follow up?
Does your community have a tax cap at all?
That's what excuse me, I
Does your
didn't,
community have a tax cap?
no.
Because ours does, and they have to give us a tax compliant budget, and it's reviewed by the auditor every year. So I think we have some safeguards in place to detect something of this nature. So I don't know if this bill should be applicable to cities. What is your opinion on that?
Okay, I didn't quite understand your question.
Should this bill apply to cities with larger populations when we have tax cap, we have yearly audits, and we have a city council that overlooks their budget and could seize a potential problem?
Okay, if somebody sees a potential problem, that's one thing. We were not ever advised that there was a problem and there was the deficit, and we didn't learn about it till the following January. I mean, it was kept from the people. The school board knew it, the superintendent knew it, but they kept it from us. And we got to the point, there were several of us asking many questions. And I asked the question of the superintendent, was there a deficit? That's when he posted a notice on our website. That's how we learned about the deficit. He posted a notice on the website and gave this big long story, and that's how we found out about it.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In RSA 39.3, which is the statute that governs petitions, it states that it must be 2% of the registered voters in town. So I'm wondering where you got the 1% and why in your bill you do not reference RSA 39.3, which is the governing statute that applies to this.
Okay, I gave the information for the bill to be written, and that's what they wrote, and I didn't know about the 39, the law, and so that's why it wasn't in there.
Follow up, Madam?
Yes, follow up.
So now that you do know about it, would you wish to make any changes to your bill?
Yes, and I'm looking for the committee to help make changes to make it right so that we can pass this bill to give the people of the state of New Hampshire, if there's a deficit, a chance to know exactly what happened.
A second follow up? I'll allow it.
Thank you. And one more follow-up, which is a question to you is, are you aware that in this committee, there's a longstanding tradition of not passing bills that aim to solve the problem of one town or one county, if they have implications for municipalities throughout the state?
Yeah, but this bill is for all municipalities throughout the state. My district's not the only place that's had a deficit. And I believe there's probably people in other communities that don't know why their school district had a deficit, and they should be able to find out also.
Further questions? Representative Elwood is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Representative. Do you know the average cost of a forensic audit?
I know they can cost thousands of dollars, but if the people know that and are willing to pay it, why shouldn't they be able to have one?
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking a second question. So I want to go back to the forensic audits are about fraud and criminal activity. Are you aware if your town had a deficit because the revenues were not estimated correctly and therefore did not cover some of the expenses as expected? And that I would also add, if that could be true, then a forensic audit is not the right type of audit that would explain that.
Okay, as far as this goes, maybe a forensic audit is too far. But what do people do? I mean, I don't know all the answers, and that's one reason I'm here, is what do people do when they want to know specifically why did their money get spent and it ended up in a deficit? I mean, I'll tell you one thing in my school district. I did some investigating. Our school district had a project on a track. It was supposed to be repaired. Somebody made the decision to put in a new track. They never went to the school board. It cost way more money. There was no RFP. There was no contract. So I know there's one area where maybe money was spent needlessly. But this is why we need to know specifically what happened that went over this $2 million. That's a lot of money. And we're still $900,000 in debt to this day. And so maybe forensic audit isn't the route. Maybe it's some kind of audit, but we have a right to know specifically what happened.
The chair recognizes Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It seems to me, as I listen to you, that you are saying you ask a lot of questions and we're not given answers in a reasonable fashion and so forth. And you're thinking that maybe an audit would be the method to get those answers. Did you ever consider a right to know request? It seems to me that that might be an easier and quicker method to get the answers that you're wanting and wouldn't include money for audits and so forth. Simply file a right to know request.
Okay, I have had dealings with my school district for about 14 years now. I'm part of the school district and I go to the meetings and I speak my mind, et cetera, et cetera. As far as right to know requests, I have done my share and then some to the district. And they always answer them. But my thing is, we should not have to beg for the information from a district, and I don't think ours is the only district that has that issue. For every question you have to beg for an answer other than straightforward, your question asked, no other information is ever given. To find out what was specifically we were looking for, you would have to do a lot of 91As.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you ever had a right to know request ignored?
Ignored? No, I've never.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is a question, and I'm not sure you can help answer it. But in remote testimony, a person signed in as opposed to the bill. But her statement is, this is for the sake of all New Hampshire voters. So if you could take a minute and think about whether the question is really showing opposition or not. Again, I'll say it, this is for the sake of all New Hampshire voters, and the person is in opposition.
So you're saying, should this bill be for all New Hampshire municipalities and school districts?
Okay, thank you.
That's what it is meant to be. I mean, other school districts could have deficits down the road. I mean, that's something none of us want it, but it could happen, and this would be there for a fallback for them if they were not happy with the answers that they were given.
Further questions? So I have a quick question. So in the bill here on under section 3. So I understand that the purpose of this bill is to obtain information with regards to budget deficits that you have been unable to obtain. So under section 3, what the methodology of this bill is that citizens will present a petition to the school board requesting that the school board vote to decide if they will conduct a forensic audit. Do you feel that this methodology that you've put in the bill is achieving the goal that you seek, and that is to obtain information?
The way that is written, no, because I understand currently the way it is, like we presented them with a petition and asked for a forensic audit, and they just ignored our petition. So if you go to the school board again, unless it's a mandate, and that's the only way it can be done, is if we take a petition to the school board, they have to recognize it and an audit has to be done.
I have a follow-up to that. So on line 11, it clearly says, the school board shall be required to hold a vote. So what is preventing that school board from further saying, no, we're not doing a forensic audit? I really don't see, I'm a little confused.
Well, that's where the bill is wrong and needs to be corrected. Do you want me to do a amendment? It should be a mandate. If a petition is given to the school board should honor it and do what the people want.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just thought of this based on Representative Gerard's question. So what happens if the forensic audit does not happen in 90 days?
That could be changed and give them 6 months. I mean, an audit doesn't have to be made in 90 days. It can be done in 6 months. I know audits take time. They don't do them overnight. And again, we go back to the same thing. Maybe a forensic audit is not the route to go because forensic auditors, I know, are hard to come by. But I don't know of I'm not knowledgeable as to what other types of audits can be done to ascertain, particularly, why the deficit occurred.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. This bill seems to only apply to official budget committees. If we have a advisory budget committee, how does this apply to them?
I can't answer that question.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, the chair let me see. Wrong card got into the wrong pile. Okay. So that represents my last pink card. So at this time, I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the remote testimony, we have 6 in support and 24 opposed. And the paper blue sheet is blank.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1386. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1135, prohibiting the acquisition of prescriptive rights in private roads through adverse use. And the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, our own Representative Elward, to introduce her bill to us today. Good morning.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. Thank you for all the well wishes as I got through my little health crisis. Adverse and prescriptive use on commonly held private roads, ways, and trails creates uncertainty, conflict, and real risk for property owners. This bill creates a new section under Title 48, Chapter 477. At its core, House Bill 135 is about protecting lawfully established property rights and preventing disputes before they reach the courthouse. The state's interest is in assuring clear title, reduced litigation, public safety access, and ensuring that property rights are determined by law, not by adverse conduct over time. House Bill 1135 is a clarifying property rights bill. It simply states that private roads, driveways, and trails cannot be converted into a public rights-of-way through adverse use or prescription. This bill is championed by Mr. Wells Obrecht, who could not appear today, but who submitted comprehensive written testimony provided. I've distilled his testimony into a bullet point handout for your consideration. So, adverse possession is when someone gains ownership of land by openly and continuously occupying it as if they were the owner, without permission for the required period of time. In short, taking ownership of land by long-term hostile possession. In New Hampshire, 20 years. Prescriptive use is when someone gains a right to use another person's land, such as a road or a pathway, by openly and continuously using it without permission for the required period of time. In short, gaining a use right, not ownership, through long-term use. Adverse possession and prescriptive use both come from Old English common law, developed when land records were unreliable. They were meant to stabilize ownership by relying on long-term conduct. In today's world of recorded deeds and title insurance, those doctrines can undermine clarity instead of promoting it, especially on commonly held private roads and ways. In today's world of GPS mapping, social media, trail apps, and increased recreational traffic, private land, especially shared private roads, are being exposed to public use in ways never contemplated by our existing common law. Landowners are left guessing about vague standards like continuous, open and notorious, or hostile use, and are often forced to close access entirely just to protect their rights. House Bill 1135 does not affect access rights for landlocked parcels. Those rights arise from necessity or equity, not from adverse use or prescription. This bill only addresses the acquisition of rights through long-term trespass, particularly by the general public, and leaves all existing access remedies fully intact. In fact, the bill explicitly bars rights arising from use, not from necessity or equity. This bill removes uncertainty, it protects private property, prevents one owner's inaction from jeopardizing others, and allows landowners to manage access responsibly without risking permanent loss of control. This bill is about fairness and modernizing the law to reflect current realities. This bill has support from professionals who help to convey or litigate property rights. The bill strengthens title certainty, reduces conflict, protects and expensive litigation, and protects both property owners and the public interest. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Elward. I had a quick question for you. Would you be willing to share your bill introduction with the committee?
Yes.
I find that it was very comprehensive, and it actually answered a lot of questions that I had. So that would be helpful if you're willing to do that at your
Yes,
convenience.
absolutely.
Thank you. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? Okay, seeing none, thank you. At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Alfano. Good morning, Mr. Alfano, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the committee. My name is Paul Alfano. I'm a lawyer here in Concord with Alfano Law, and we have a bit of a niche practice where we represent private property owners only. We don't represent municipalities dealing with road issues and easement issues, as well as tax abatements and other things relating to real estate. But this bill was of interest to me, so I probably would have testified anyway, but I also have a client who's interested in this, and thus the registration as a lobbyist. But I just wanted to focus on one aspect of it, which is to give the committee, because it's a little subtle, this prescription aspect and use by the public. First of all, a prescriptive easement it's similar to adverse possession, which might be a term you're familiar with, where if somebody occupies property exclusively for over 20 years, they may actually acquire title to the land. Prescriptive easement is a little bit different. It arises when someone uses someone else's land. Let's say they cross the back of your backyard. You can see it, if you happen to notice it, that they're doing that. Well, if they do that for 20 years without your consent, then they may acquire a permanent right to continue walking across your property. That's called a prescriptive easement. And the key is that the people who are walking across your yard don't have the permission to do it. If they do, then they have the right to do it. There's no additional rights that they acquire. The problem comes up, and I think what the bill is intended to address, is in private communities where you've got, let's say, a private road, which is really another term for an easement. A private road is an easement, but you've got a private road that everyone has the right to use. Everyone who lives there has the right to use. And not only do they have the right to use it, but they can also, all their guests and invitees, their cousins and delivery vehicles, they all can use the easement as well. And if you're a member, the problem is that if you're a member of that community and it's a big enough community, or it's something where maybe people don't socialize that much, you can't tell. If you don't recognize someone using the road, you don't know if that person has the right to use it or not. You don't know if that person is the cousin of someone who lives in another part of the subdivision, or whether it's a member of the public. So the problem that can happen, and there's case law on this, it goes back a ways, but I'll address in a second the contemporary issue, and I think the reason for the bill. The problem is that if enough members of the public, or even an individual, is using it without permission, you can see it. Their use is what they call open. It's without permission. After 20 years, they may acquire a permanent right to continue using the land. And so that's the unique part of these private subdivisions. You could be watching that person all the time. You're perfectly aware of it, but what you don't know is whether that person has the right to use it or not. And if they don't have the right to use it, then they can acquire the permanent right to use it. So it's kind of like, I think it's unique in these type of situations. So what's happening here, and what Representative Elwood was mentioning, is there are, with technology now, there are trail technologies. You may have noticed it. I live in Bow, and there's a Route 3 where on Friday afternoons it's packed with cars, and then it never was before. But because of these Wave or these other apps about telling people where to drive, they know that that's the fastest way. All of a sudden, there's a lot of people using this back road. And that's what's happening here, is people, some of these sites, and it's in the submitted material, I don't remember the names of the sites, but they'll direct hikers and people to use these private roads to get, say, to the water. And so the traffic increases, but the problem I mentioned before still exists. The people in the subdivision, they see the additional traffic and they wrestle with, well, what do we do? Do we put up a gate? Sure, you could. I mean, it's a problem, because they know, or at least they intuitively know, that this dramatic increase in traffic, that must be members of the general public. But how do we stop it? Because if they don't do anything, then the public may acquire the permanent right to keep using it. And that's what the bill is intended to address. So I just wanted to, but the other point I wanted to make is there is an ironic part to this, which is that I think even though the bill would cut off the ability of the general public to acquire these prescriptive rights, I do believe, because I know some of the people who live in these subdivisions, they're more than happy to let a certain number of people use the roads. They're okay with that generally, but if there's a fear that these people may acquire permanent rights, or the general public might, then they may gate the access, and it may actually reduce the amount of public use. So that's all. If people were fearless and they knew that, okay, if we let the public use this, they're not going to acquire any rights, they may be more willing to. But I just wanted to point that out. I just find that kind of an ironic possible outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Alfano. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, of course.
Chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Genuine question. Doesn't all a landowner have to do to prevent this from taking place is post a private road sign?
No, actually, that makes the adverse part. They could. I mean, they could post a sign, and then maybe some people will just obey the sign and not use it. So that's one possible solution. What this gets to are the people who ignore the sign and they use it. And the thing about the private road sign is, because one thing that people would have to prove is that they're using it without permission. And if I were representing someone who was walking over someone's land, I'd look at that sign and say, well, it says private road. Clearly, my client didn't have the permission to use it, but they did for the 20 years, and now they've acquired the right. So, but yes, as far as pushing back, absolutely. That's one of the, the gate put up a sign, and that's definitely some of the things you could do to hopefully restrict the amount of unauthorized use.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So talking about two different things here, unauthorized use and prescriptive easement. Those are two different things. If the unauthorized use goes on for 20 years, then it becomes or could become prescriptive easement. However, if you've clearly posted your land, private land, then by definition, the use is restricted. Now, the increasing number of cars on a back road, that's a completely different matter.
I'm not sure I see the question.
Aren't those two completely different things? You cited the example of a back road in Bow that because of certain GPS technologies is now being more and more used by more and more cars to go from point A to point B. I don't see, and maybe you can explain to me the relevance between that example and a private road so labeled in a private community where members of the public may occasionally walk their dogs.
Got it. I understand now. Thank you. The Bow example, that's a public road. Everyone has the right to use it. The only reason for that example was that, and I don't have the names offhand, but there are technologies now that point private people or hikers over these private roads. They're depicted as trails on some of these apps. And so the analogy, the point of me saying that simply is to say, because of modern technology, more people are being directed either the road in Bow or over these private roads. They're depicted as trails available to the public. And I think that's one of the reasons, and I think from what I've heard, that's definitely one of the reasons why, because people have said, how did you, and asked, why are you here? How'd you find it? Well, it's on my trail hiking app. And sometimes municipalities will do it as well, but that you can deal with a little bit more directly. You can just have the municipality change their maps. I hope that helped.
Further questions? I have a question. So, as an attorney who specializes in this area of law, you've looked carefully at the bill before us. And my question is there any other concerns that you may have, like if any, with regards to the perhaps unintended consequences or just the bill as written and as filed?
Yes. I think the bill is much too broad, and I think it should be limited. I think the intent, I'm assuming behind it, was to limit it to prescriptive easements. But the bill also picks up adverse use, which wasn't in any of the earlier testimony that I've seen, implication, or the last clause, any presumption of a grant. I would say that the bill is too broad, and I would limit it just to say, shall not create any easement by prescription, period. Oh, and one other thing I would do is the application, right now as it's, there are people who may have already acquired, who may have used something for over 20 years. And if they went to court, they could win, and the court may say, yeah, you've acquired a prescriptive right. The application, I think, is too restrictive. You will have had to have actually already had a court order. I would just change that to say if you've already got your 20 years, perhaps, but.
Thank you. I had a quick follow-up to that question. So I listened to the prime sponsor's bill introduction, and I did have a number of questions, and it seemed to me, based on her bill introduction, that my questions were answered. But now I'm not so sure, so I'll ask a very specific question. So with regards to municipalities, utilities, and emergency services, could this bill affect access and use as the bill is written? Because,
Yeah.
it is broad, but I just want to be sure that
Well-
that is not going to be a concern.
I would say if you limited it to prescription, for the reasons I said before, I don't think it would have any impact on utilities, because generally utilities companies require easements. Emergency vehicles is an interesting. The short answer is no, but what I have found in practice, I mean, technically, if you're on a private road, the municipality is not obligated, I don't think, to come down and put out a fire on a private road. It's sort of like, I think of it like as emergency rooms. It's a question that nobody asks, because of course in an emergency room, you're gonna see all patients. I think, in fact, municipalities, to their credit, are going to come down as long as the vehicle can pass over the road. If the road is a good enough quality, they're going to come in, put out a fire. The police department's going to come down. But I'm not aware of any statute that mandates them to do that. I'm also not aware of a statute that prohibits them from doing that. It's just one of those gray areas. They do it, in fact. So your question is whether this bill would change that. I would say no. It's just the continuing practice, which is somewhat unclear, I think would just continue.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question about line 8 of the bill, which uses the words regardless of duration. And to my understanding is that it's 20 years. So what does this mean if you use the road for a day or 30 years? I mean, it would contradict the existing statute.
You could put in 20 years. I think
Or more.
Or more than 20 years.
Right.
Correct. And actually, there's a statute.
Right.
It's in a different part of the.
But the question is the words regardless of duration. Do you think those are appropriate for this, what this bill is trying to do, given that they contravene existing law?
Oh, you're saying that it contravenes existing law because it could mean less than 20 years? Sure, you could. I think you could just take it out. The use of the limit of any person of the public. Yes, you could just take it out. Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Majori, did you have your hand up previously?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did, but there's no question. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last pink card that I have here is Mr. Deshays. So I believe that Mr. Deshays is being replaced by Attorney, is it Byrne?
Yes, thank you very much.
Good
Madam-
morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you so much. I will be brief. The Municipal Association, I'm Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, not Brody Deshays. Here to speak in opposition to House Bill 1135. I think that some of our concerns with House Bill 1135 have already been raised, and I apologize. I was not here for the introduction to hear more about the intent and understand more about why the bill was filed. But our concern is how broad the application of this bill would be. In a majority of cases, municipalities have actually acquired their drainage easements on roads that are necessary to protect and maintain roads through prescription. And in many, many cases, obtaining those easements through prescriptions was not adjudicated in any formal way, as I'm sure you can imagine. And so we're concerned about the impact that this bill would have on those types of situations. The exemption, I guess you would call it, in line 10 only applies to claims that have been fully adjudicated. And as I mentioned, those would be few and far between. It would require some sort of court adjudication, perhaps where it was litigated, the question of the easement. So we're concerned about the impacts of the bill. I think Madam Chair already referenced some of the impacts, unintended consequences, and that the bill is overly broad. I think that House Bill 1135 would be of less of a concern to us if it did not appear to retroactively apply to easements acquired by prescription. That is part of the huge issue here with the bill. So if the bill is going to move forward, there's just some work that needs to be done to protect those legitimate interests that municipalities have, for example, drainage easements. Thank you very much.
Are you willing to take
Of course.
questions? Questions for Attorney Burns? Seeing none, thank you. So that represents my last pink card. So at this time, I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the remote testimony, we have 8 in support and 0 opposed. And on the paper blue sheet, we have 4 in support.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1135. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1181 FN relative to public hearing notice requirements for Zoning Board of Adjustment appeals. Chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Litchfield, to introduce her bill to us today. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Melissa Litchfield. I represent District 32, the towns of Brentwood, Danville, and Fremont, New Hampshire. This bill was actually, or the idea for the bill was brought to me about a year ago by the land use administrator in the town of Brentwood, New Hampshire. He had seen some inconsistencies within the RSAs, and he had asked that I bring this bill forward. This bill, it updates the public hearing requirement for zoning boards of adjustment by replacing the requirement that a notice be published in a newspaper of general circulation with a requirement that the notice be posted on the municipality's public website for at least 5 days before the hearing. Just some background information. The ZBA public hearing notice is RSA 676:7. The specific section we would like to change is 676:7B, and I'll just repeat that, 676:7B. And it states, a public notice shall be placed in a newspaper of general circulation in the area not less than 5 days before the date fixed for the hearing of the appeal. The new language should be more consistent with the public hearing process adopted for planning boards. RSA 675:7, specifically Section 675:7B. In lieu of publication in a paper of general circulation pursuant to subparagraph A, notice may be posted on the municipality's internet website if such exists. If notice is posted on the municipality's website in lieu of publication in a paper of general circulation, the notice shall, 1, appear prominently on the website's homepage, or a link directly to the notice shall appear prominently on the homepage. 2, be posted at the time stated in subparagraph A and shall remain on the website until the conclusion of the hearing. And 3, be posted in 2 other public places. Conclusion, the goal of all states and municipalities should be to serve and inform the public to the best of their ability. In an ever-changing world, people communicate differently and search out information in a more convenient manner to their lifestyle. In today's world, that would not be a paper of general circulation, but a municipality's website. If the state shares the goal of transparency, consistency between public boards, and informing residents to information regarding local government, this change to the Zoning Board of Appeals public hearing process would hopefully be supported. So I would like to say I did notice that the New Hampshire Municipal Association did sign in support of it. And I was hoping to defer any question to them because they would have further expertise, but it looks as though they have exited. So do my best, but.
I have a clarifying question. Do you have an amendment based on your bill introduction? I was hearing or thinking that, do you have an amendment? I don't understand what you were reading to the committee. Because the language that you were reading seems to be different than what we have in front of us. Could you clarify that?
So I do not have an amendment. What I am reading in front of me is a message that the land use administrator had sent to me this morning regarding testimony for this.
So to be clear, you are reading another party's testimony?
This is the land use administrator and I, I'm just going to start from the beginning. So I apologize. I've had a death in the family and I've been out of town for the last 2 weeks.
No.
Yeah, the land use.
You don't need to reread it, but
no,
we're
I'm
just
not.
trying to clarify what we're hearing.
Yes. This is directly from the land use administrator. I apologize if that was misleading.
Thank you. That helps to clarify. So do you have a copy of that statement from the land use administrator? And I assume that's in the town of Brentwood?
It is, yes, and
Okay.
I can forward that to you.
That would be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you willing to take questions
Um,
at this time?
I would take questions, but I really wish the NHMA was here to answer them.
So is that a yes or a no?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In her testimony, she cited the section for planning board notices, and she said websites if they exist. This says websites. So if they don't exist, how do you reconcile that? I think you're in need of an amendment to say if they exist.
Okay.
Otherwise, the towns that don't have websites can't post it.
Understood.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you.
Do newspapers, or does publication of notice in a newspaper provide an independent third-party verification that notice was given of the hearing? And if so, is that an important thing that might be lost should this bill become law?
So I can completely understand where the concern is coming from. It's just that at this point in time, we have a couple of different RSAs that I had referenced regarding putting these notices out, and they're not consistent. I believe it was, and I can get you further details. I believe it was 3 or 4 years back. The law was changed where certain announcements no longer needed to be put in newspapers, and this is inconsistent, and that's why they brought it to our attention.
Thank you for your response.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my questions. I know you're hesitant to take them. So just by way of a little bit of history and clarification, in the last 8 years on this committee, the notification laws have been under scrutiny continuously, and they continue to evolve. And some of them say newspaper, some of them say website, some of them they're inconsistent, as you noted. But the direction that we tend to be going towards reflects the reality of all New Hampshire municipalities, not just small towns without daily newspapers, major metropolitan areas with maybe 1 or 2 daily newspapers, so that we're trying to be inclusive when we change these laws, not to exclude any source of media, but to just include the newer kinds. And so having said that, my question is, would you be willing to consider an amendment that made this more inclusive so that it would fit more communities that have zoning boards of appeals?
Sure. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Harvey is recognized.
I think, Representative Walker and Madam Chair, I think you've answered my question, but I'm just, it's my first day, so excuse me. As she was reading, I kept trying to follow along, and it's not what she was reading at all. So what we really are considering is actually what's on this paper, not necessarily what she was reading. Am I correct about that?
That is correct, Representative Harvey. The matter before us is the bill as filed and as referred to this committee. So we are to consider the language on the bill here.
Thank you.
That
I-
doesn't preclude the ability to offer an amendment in the future.
I just couldn't find where she was.
Okay. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your patience and being so gracious.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. McQuaid. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you to members of the committee for hearing me. My name is Brendan McQuaid. I'm the president and publisher of the New Hampshire Union Leader. I'm also the president of the New Hampshire Press Association. And I'm here to speak about HB 1181, which is an attempt to curtail the public's right to know. Zoning board issues, as many of you know, are crucial to quality of life. If people don't know what's going on, then they will not know when something's going to happen down the street from them. You know, notice may go out to abutters, but it does not go out to everyone in the neighborhood. And because people aren't always paying attention to their town website, or as this bill says, if there is no website, they can just put it on the bulletin board at town hall, and then no one's going to see it. So I want to make a point here that access isn't notice, right? The ability to access that there's going to be a meeting is not the same as people seeing in something that they're reading anyway, that there's going to be a meeting. Our membership covers every corner of the state. People may not realize that they still have a local newspaper, but they do have a local newspaper that covers their area. Those newspapers get read. They get read by thousands and thousands of people. And one of the important things that happens with the thousands and thousands of people is what I call the grandmother effect, which is grandma reads the paper and she reads every single thing in the paper. And she will tell you when, hey, isn't that the road that you live on? Isn't it, you know, doesn't this affect you? They're going to open up this thing down there and you should probably go to that meeting and let them know what you think about it. There's nothing currently in the law that stops a town from putting this on their own website. And I suspect that most of them do, but having it in an independent third party. And newspapers are an independent third party that provide affidavits to the customers that verifies that the notice went in, when it went in, that it was available, is a very important check on what happens with local governments. So there was also a bill, and I apologize, I missed that hearing, HB 1369, which was a similar bill that you guys took up in regards to public notices being in newspapers. And I would encourage you to apply these same factors to that bill. So the New Hampshire Press Association strongly opposes this bill or any bill that limits public access. And it's very interesting. We have members that aren't just newspapers, but whenever a bill like this comes up, the other members say, hey, you guys looking at this? Because we find out what meetings we're going to cover by seeing it in the newspaper. They don't go around to all the town halls or all the town websites. They read them in the newspaper, and that's how they know what's going on with the town boards. I would encourage you that if you really want consistency in the law, fix the planning board law. Put it back to the way it was so that it matches everything else, because those should also be in the newspaper. It's ironic, yesterday afternoon I was at a Ways and Means subcommittee. They're looking at a bill that would give credit for local journalism. And it's ironic that we have that going on, and over here there's attempts to cut off a very small bit of revenue, but a bit of revenue that does help local journalism. So I would encourage you to not do that either. So as I said, access is not notice, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McQuaid. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms., I think it's McIntyre. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning. My name is Joni McIntyre. I'm a realtor here in Concord, New Hampshire, and I'm vice chair of the Public Policy Committee at the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. I'm sorry to have to come after the newspaper, but the realtors support this bill. When I started in real estate in 2008, every week we would sit down and do our advertisement for that week in the Concord Monitor. We would put our newest listings in there. The paper would come out on a Friday and we would wait for those phone calls to come in. 18 years later, I upload my, and we put them in the MLS at that time as well. 18 years later, I put my listings into the MLS. They go to a whole bunch of different sites. And if I don't receive a response by noon, I'm checking to make sure I inputted it right, because anywhere from 94 to 96% of people are looking online for their real estate needs. And I would say to you that I think that's kind of true across the board. People look to their town's website for information. I think if I were looking for information about what was happening in Concord in terms of public hearings, I would check their website. I might make a phone call next or go into the office. I think my last line of information would be going out to buy the newspaper. So I think that this is a sign of the times. People use online services to find out their information. So the New Hampshire Realtors support this bill.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In your experience, are most newspapers also accessible online?
Well, behind a paywall, sure.
In some cases.
In most cases. So I have a union leader subscription and I can see that all online. I do not have a Concord Monitor subscription and I can't, there's a paywall there that I have to get past.
And follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, follow-up.
And just a quick follow-up. Would you say that you would support this bill even if you lived in a fairly major metropolitan area that had maybe 2 newspapers of general circulation that still enjoyed wide readership, both online and in print?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you, I'm not, I lost what you were trying to ask me.
My apologies, I'm
That's okay.
sorry. Would you still would you still support the bill for all of the state of New Hampshire? Even those communities that may be large metropolitan areas that have 1, maybe even 2 newspapers of general circulation?
Um, I would say yes. I mean, I think that the better source of information is going to the town's or municipality's website.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a question. Do you know if all citizens in the state of New Hampshire have access to internet? And by access, I mean not only, physical access, but like, people that, I don't know I don't remember what the term is right now, but what I'm getting at is for those that have disabilities.
So I couldn't tell you what the access is for, I couldn't tell you numbers for that. I guess my bottom line is to reach the most people. I think that's the wisest way. We know about advertising in real estate, and we know what the best way to get that information out is. And I would say that it's online.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And my last pink card is Attorney Burns. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Margaret Burns, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association, here in support of House Bill 1181, giving municipalities more choice in how they notice public hearings and meetings has been a long-standing policy of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. Not long ago, RSA 676, Section 4, relative to planning board hearings, was amended to give planning boards the option of giving notice in the newspaper or online. And it is, quite frankly, time to bring this section of the law relative to zoning boards of adjustment into consistency with that section as well. This does not require municipalities to no longer use newspapers. It really is giving them the option. We know that most people get their news and information online. And so a municipality may believe that this is the best way to circulate this type of information, but they may also believe that the local newspaper, if there is still a local newspaper in their area, is a good way to publish that information. As noted previously, some newspapers are behind paywalls or require subscriptions, and municipal websites, municipal Facebook pages, things of that nature do not require subscriptions and are more accessible in general to folks. Certainly when I am wondering what my town of Bow is up to, I'm looking on the municipal website, I'm looking in their calendar of events and meetings on the website. So this really gives municipalities more ability to provide the notice and access in a way that is frankly consistent with the way in which we now get most of our information. So for those reasons, we support House Bill 1181. Thank you very much.
Are you willing to take questions?
Of course.
Questions for Attorney Burns? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card. I will ask at this time, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill? No. You may add your one thing and share that with the committee via email. Thank you. So I was saying, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Do I see a pink card coming forward? Okay. Okay, so seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On remote testimony, we have 2 in support, 4 opposed, and 1 neutral. And the paper blue sheet has 1 in support and 1 against.
Thank you, and with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1181 FN. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1195, relative to municipal zoning requirements for child daycare providers. The chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Page, to introduce his bill to us today. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Municipal and County Government. HB 1195 addresses a very specific but very real barrier to expanding childcare capacity in New Hampshire. And I'd like to begin by placing this bill in the broader context of the childcare crisis that we're all working together to try to solve. So, by conservative estimates, New Hampshire needs to create at least 10,000 additional childcare slots just to meet current demand. Now, some estimates go as high as 22,000, but 10,000 is a very conservative number. Earlier this week, our ranking member on finance, who's also a co-sponsor on this bill, was just discussing this exact figure on a podcast, and it underscores the scale of the challenge that's in front of us. If you go and talk to your local childcare directors and ask them about the size of their wait lists, I can almost guarantee you they're going to tell you the same thing they tell me, which is that they have a wait list that's 2 to 3 years long. So, as we're talking about this bill today, I'd ask you to frame it with that question in your mind, which is, how do we get to 10,000 additional childcare slots? That's a huge task. So in my work on childcare issues here in the legislature over the last several years, one thing has become really clear to me, which is there is not a single solution. Not this bill, not any bill. And getting to that 10,000 is going to require that we tackle this problem a lot of different ways at the same time. For those of you who haven't worked directly with childcare operators a lot, I can tell you that they are incredibly savvy business people who have somehow made these businesses pencil out in a system that is truly stacked against them. And in many ways, their business acumen and their dedication to making it work, whatever the cost, has really masked our systemic failure as a state to support this industry. This bill is not trying to pretend to fix everything that's broken in our childcare system. Wages, tuition pressure, workforce shortages. But it does aim to resolve a couple of very real, very practical barriers to new childcare formation. I also come at this issue as a parent. And when COVID began, I had 2 children in early childhood classrooms. And I saw firsthand how precarious the system is and how providers fight against enormous odds just to keep their doors open, providing this essential service that keeps our kids safe, growing, learning, and allows us parents to remain in the workforce. And these are people who bring their whole hearts and whole minds to this work. In rural parts of the state, this crisis is especially acute. So when I was serving on the House Special Committee on Childcare, I participated in a lot of listening sessions around New Hampshire. And there was one session that I organized up in Coos County because as somebody from the northern part of the state, I'm always trying to get legislators up to understand issues in the North Country. And at that session, we toured what was at that point in time literally the only child care center in all of Coos County. that had all of its classrooms open. One single center for the whole county. And we heard story after story in that forum about employers unable to recruit workers. And one that stuck with me particularly was about an ideal candidate for a sheriff's deputy position who wanted to move north to Coos County. And ultimately, he declined that offer specifically because there was literally no childcare slot available. And that is why he did not go. As part of that same committee work, we did a lot reviewing local ordinances across the state and found a large number of communities that have effectively zoned out home-based childcare altogether. While past legislation has begun to address that problem, we do continue to hear directly from providers regularly that they are encountering significant obstacles on the ground. So HB 1195 does two things to try to address that. Just for those who are trying to grapple with what this bill is, it's really two separate but related issues. So first, it addresses family and group family childcare. These are licensed categories of care that are small home-based programs. And then second, it addresses childcare centers locating in commercial zones. And to understand this bill, it's really, really critical. And if there's nothing else you take away from my testimony today, it's this. It's really critical to understand a core fact, which is that childcare is a highly regulated industry. And for very good reason, right? Because caring for our kids is one of our highest responsibilities. So to be clear, the Bureau of Child Care Licensing already imposes extensive requirements on providers, including our family and group family homes. So licensing rules govern everything from the indoor and outdoor square footage, your fencing heights, the kind of latch you install on the gate for your play area, okay? So licensure also requires sign-off from the local health officer to ensure things like septic capacity are adequate. And I emphasize all this because it's important to understand that the goal here is not deregulation. We all want safe childcare. The goal is simply to eliminate conflicting requirements. What we're trying to achieve is one clear, predictable code for childcare. One code for childcare. And that predictability matters because childcare is already an extremely low margin business, which is also a public good. So no one's getting rich running a childcare program. Tuition is already maxed out for families, wages are too low, and prices are not flexible in the way they are in other industries, because if tuition rises too high, families just exit the market and exit the workforce, right? It's a textbook broken market. So in that environment, unexpected local requirements layered onto the predictable costs associated with meeting licensing requirements can be the difference between a provider opening their doors or walking away. Even something as seemingly innocuous as being told they need to reconfigure a driveway to meet a local standard can kill a project. And we have seen this happen in real time. So the first part of the bill deals with family and group family childcare homes. And these are small in-home programs with strict enrollment caps based on the ages of the children. And by definition, this is something that I know has come up in my conversations with some of you. By definition, these are accessory to a primary residential use. So you can't come in and buy up a single family home and turn it into a center, okay? This is care provided by a resident in their home. This bill, another thing that's come up in some of my conversations, this bill does not override homeowner association rules or private covenants, and those remain fully intact. It's a very deliberate choice here. The bill is silent on that, although my reading of the bill is that's clear, but if anybody feels that we need to add some explicit phrasing there to ensure that is crystal clear, I am very amenable to that. I would be happy to add that to the bill if that provides folks with extra reassurance. So what this section does is ensure that the rules governing the use of one's home for family or group family care are predictable and reasonable, and that new home-based care is not unreasonably blocked. And representing the North Country, I'm particularly passionate about this because home-based care is one of our most powerful levers that we can pull to increase capacity. It's also one of the only care options that's available to folks who work non-standard hours. So, if I'm talking night shift healthcare workers, first responders, others who just don't work a standard 9-to-5 schedule. This is often the only category of licensed care they can access. So the second part of the bill addresses childcare in commercial zones. And as some key background here, in recent years, there's a new licensed category of care created called small group child daycare facilities. And this is a category of care that was introduced because it makes no sense to regulate a small program serving 10 kids the same way we would regulate a center serving 150 kids just because they're both located in a commercial building, right? So this is one of the many tools that have been introduced in recent years to help us try to expand capacity. And particularly this helps with small childcare businesses co-located with employers. That's really a big part of the goal here. And we want childcare near where people work. Something else we heard very frequently from parents directly in our listening sessions all around the state was that workers are often commuting 30 minutes in one direction to get, the nearest slot that they can access for their kid for childcare, and then they're doubling back 45 minutes to get to their place of employment. And so as we're trying to build capacity in the system, I think it makes a lot of sense that we're trying to build care close to employment. We've also heard repeatedly from business leaders who want to help resolve this problem, and they don't know how. And when we held a session in my hometown of Conway, I remember very clearly our local chamber director literally breaking down in tears, and saying, how can we rally the business community to help? What can we do? And business wants to be part of the solution. And telling them that they can offer a facility solution, right? If they have extra space in their facility, to enable small childcare entrepreneurs to help solve this crisis is one great answer to that question for our local business leaders. So as with the home-based care, center-based care, subject to this intensive licensure requirements, addresses many of the concerns that I think local planning boards might rightly raise. So again, the goal is one code, predictable, reasonable rules that don't unnecessarily delay or derail new childcare formation. Lastly, I've circulated a draft amendment, and Representative Power and Representative Majori had both contributed some thinking to that. It's intended to clarify the use of accessory structures in family and group family care settings, and also to ensure we're not unintentionally disallowing employee child care in industrial settings. And I appreciate their collaboration and support those changes. And I'd also encourage committee members to view this amendment as a starting point for the conversation. I remain very open to additional feedback and further amendment here. I think one key point or one target in the bill where I think we probably want to change something is that 5,000 square foot threshold requirement in the commercial section of the bill. I think, our goal here is to ensure that we are streamlining these small, very low margin centers in trying to come online and help us solve the problem. 5,000 square feet is a pretty big center. And I think we could reasonably say, we could talk about what is that reasonable threshold, either another square footage threshold or perhaps based on licensed enrollment capacity, to say at what point do we cross a line where we say, okay, there are additional considerations here, like we might need a traffic study or something like that. So I would welcome collaboration to try to determine where that sweet spot and that breaking point is for folks on committee. So consider me your continued collaborator on this bill. At the end of the day, this bill is about removing unnecessary barriers so that safe, licensed childcare can open more quickly, more predictably, without unnecessary cost to providers who are already barely making it pencil. It's not meant to be partisan. It's not meant to be ideological. It's about helping families, employers, and communities function. And I look forward to working with you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Page. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? Chair recognizes Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your bill and your amendment that you passed out mentions that it's not required site plan review. Why would you not want site plan review when you're dealing, if you're in a residential zone, the size of the street, so your parking might be an issue, safety issues for evacuations or whatever, because you're so densely packed?
Sure. Thank you for the question. First of all, in the residential piece of that bill, I believe that's already in law, right? In terms of parking and traffic, I think there are some misconceptions about the scale of those impacts for a small family or group family daycare business in a home. So we already have a pretty low cap on the number of kids who can be in that program, all right? So it's already, you can't have 30 kids there to begin with. You've also often got families with multiple siblings. The provider's own children, if they're providing care for their own children, count toward that enrollment cap. And the other thing about home-based care versus a center-based care is there isn't typically a scheduled day. So it's not like everybody shows up at 8 a.m. for drop-off. You might have teachers who show up at 6:30 before they go into school and drop their one kid off. You have other people whose workday doesn't start until 9. So those impacts are really not that significant for this particular category of care because of the limits on current licensing rules and because of the nature of the care, if that helps you to understand that.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Well, my concern is in Rochester, we have a section of town called Frenchtown. It's the old French colonials that over time, they've turned into carved up 4-unit apartments. This doesn't prohibit someone opening a daycare center in one of those, and they barely have parking for 2 cars of their own, let alone parking the drop-off children. You could be blocking off the street, which is a safety issue.
Thank you for the question. I think, again, a couple things there. One is your lease is going to need to allow you to open the care, and if you're talking about an apartment that's being rented. So that's one thing to consider there. The other thing is under licensure, we have very strict rules regarding square footage, both indoor and outdoor. So that's probably going to place some level of limit on whether that care can even open in that particular setting. If you were in a small apartment, you are not going to be allowed, based on those ratios in rule, to open a care for very many children. And you're also going to need your own dedicated outdoor play area. So I think some of those safeguards already exist based on licensing requirements, if that, again, helps at all.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question and for collaborating on this. We spent a lot of time on this committee wrestling with little questions or things that seem like grains of sand. We just don't want them to turn into anything bigger. So I understand, I've come to understand that the adopted rules in Health and Human Services that govern the licensing of these facilities is very strict.
Yep.
Within those rules, 4002.02 number 4, it says documentation from the town or city that the program has been granted zoning approval or that no zoning approval is required. So I assume then that line in there will need to be struck, because what we're saying here is this is by right, and therefore no zoning approval is necessary. Is that accurate?
I think I haven't thought about whether a change to rule is needed there, but I would certainly think we wouldn't want to strike it. We're certainly, like if somebody wants to open a 200 slot center, like we're going to need to talk about parking and traffic and other things like that, right? So I don't know that it's a strike, but there may be something there that needs to change in rule. I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So on page 2 of the amendment, it states on lines 10 through 12, it talks about nothing shall be interpreted to prohibit municipalities from restricting the operation of a child care center in zones where industrial manufacturing uses are permitted, et cetera, et cetera. So it's basically saying that there is a chance that towns could restrict in a commercial zone, but yet in residential, we're saying you cannot restrict. So can you speak to the difference there, please?
I think the goal there is to address, while speaking with stakeholders in the drafting process, something that came up was the compatibility of childcare being located in zones with certain industrial and manufacturing uses, and whether that was an appropriate place to site childcare. I'm open on that question if we want to explore that, but that's the genesis of that. And in that amendment, something that came up that I hope she doesn't mind me saying, but Rep. Power suggested here was that there are places where businesses have childcare co-located, employers, in industrial zones already. And so that was a good flag of we want to make sure we're not inadvertently saying you can't do that, and that there's some leeway there for businesses who want to co-locate childcare in those zones. So that is how that emerged.
The chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Page, for taking my question. My concern or my question is, I think, in the same section as Representative Grund, although it takes a little bit different approach. Question, and again, I'm reading from the amendment, not from the original bill. You make a distinction between a child care center that's open to anybody and a child care center that's for the exclusive use of employees of the business. Is two-part question. One is, why did you make that distinction? And the second part of the question is, are employees, the children of employees, less worthy of town scrutiny than a commercial center?
Thank you for the question. I think that's a fair line of questioning. I think, first of all, no, to your second question. I think when we're talking about childcare, our duty, is to ensure that the kids in care are safe, right? I think what we're trying to do is ensure, particularly because there are businesses in zoned industrial manufacturing, or whatever other name we might call it in local ordinance, that we're not inadvertently kind of putting a target on their backs when they are already open and operating effectively. Whether we have done it the right way, I'm certainly open to further amendment there. I think the goal is simply not to wind back spaces, right? If we have childcare that is open, working safely, there for employees who are already there, we certainly don't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
Yes.
Who is it then that would determine if the in-house facility is working safely? Is it the employer, or is it some outside agency such as the municipality, or
I believe
what is it?
I forgot to give myself a copy of the amendment, but I believe it would be the municipality in this case. Let me look.
My read is that the municipality does not have authority to regulate an in-house childcare center.
For this section, we're not talking about in a residential setting, right? We're
Right.
talking about in an industrial manufacturing zone. And I think the way it is phrased, it is intended as a carve-out from what is specified in the rest of the bill. And if that's not clear, then we need to rework that language to make sure it is.
Let's work on it.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. So to follow up on Representative Frack's line of questioning, there would be a carve-out for daycare operators who are in industrial and commercial zones, but not for daycare centers that are in residential zones, and that carve-out would set different expectations for the same municipality for two of things of the same function. Is that correct?
I follow your question, and I would be happy to work on trying to clarify that with you.
And
Yes, and this is based strictly on the language in the amendment, I would note.
And have follow-up.
Yes, follow-up.
And I also wanted to ask you about why is it that the bill is silent on homeowners associations, condominium associations, age-limited communities, and the like? Just why is that?
It is silent on them because I thought that by being silent on it, that it would not change the status quo in that regard. That is my reading of the bill as drafted. That said, I have spoken with several members of your committee who have raised concerns about that. It is certainly my intention that nothing in this bill would override those private contracts, right? I think that's my reading of the bill is it doesn't. However, that's my intention, and if we want to add clarifying language to be crystal clear that nothing in this bill shall be interpreted that way, I am 100% behind that.
And just one more follow-up, if I may.
Quickly.
So my question about that specific issue or set of issues is that typically those communities are on private roads that are not up to the standard of municipal roads and present very specific safety concerns for emergency vehicles, fire vehicles, things of that nature that might put children and the employees working in such residential daycare centers at a heightened level of risk.
So I think, first of all, just to repeat, specifically with HOAs, and et cetera, I'm happy to add language specific to that. On the broader question about safety, I think that's, again, where I have confidence in licensing and the licensing process to ensure that that is adequately addressed, and that license should not be given if that is an unsafe setting.
The chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to follow up on Representative Davis's comment. If you have a 6-lot subdivision serviced by a private dirt gravel road that is not constructed for additional traffic that would cause undue wear and tear on the road and require the owners to expend money to fix what this center is causing by additional traffic. You have some subdivisions of this type that don't have homeowners associations. They don't have written road maintenance agreements, and everything's kind of voluntary. So I just, don't know how that would be addressed exactly.
So with that concern, I think we're exclusively really talking about the home-based care portion of the bill. And I think again, something to think about is we're not talking about 50 kids. We're not talking about 30 cars coming and going. We're talking about a few cars a day. So I think that's something to keep in mind because of the enrollment caps that we're talking about under licensure. I think, again, if there's a safety issue, that becomes a licensure issue.
Follow up?
Yes.
So this would be allowing or inviting complete strangers into the subdivision, correct?
Sure, yes, but as I could invite anyone to my home.
Correct. And so I guess exposing or causing privacy rights issues is my concern. You know, you have a private subdivision, a private road that is for use by the owners and the families and the invitees and licensees, for example. I'm just troubled by the idea of allowing this kind of traffic, these unknown individuals within, you know, the subdivision, exposing properties to, you know, risk of casing, you know, I don't-
Representative Elward, I believe that you posed the question.
Okay, thank you.
I think that I think that what you're getting at right now is with regards to property rights. So maybe the prime sponsor can address the concern about private property rights.
I think I would respond to the question just by saying I don't see what in that regard, with regard to that issue, I don't see what this bill does as a large change in the status quo from what is already happening.
The chair recognizes Representative Fracht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Page, thank you for taking the second question. On Roman 3 on page 2, both in the underlying bill and the amendment, it specifically states municipality shall provide an exemption to requirements for setback, heights, frontage, et cetera, et cetera. Under normal, and I believe it's embedded in state statute, that any structure that exists prior to the enactment of a new statute or zoning ordinance is considered grandfathered. I'm wondering why, what is the motivation for putting in Roman 3? Is there something I'm not seeing?
That's a great question. My feeling is the reason for it is because it's a change of use, but I think there are probably other people who could speak to that better than I can, who will follow me. I do think when we were thinking about the goals of the bill, whether we think it's necessary or not is one question. You know, whether the inclusion of the language is necessary is one question. As a policy, I think it's important thinking about what we're trying to achieve here, which is often going to be, you know, the adaptive reuse of existing facilities to meet our current childcare supply needs. And to that extent, this is an important piece of that. Whether we need it in the bill, I think we could discuss further.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking another question. So I'm going to go back to Section 3 that Representative Fracht was just commenting on. I have two questions about that. If change of use is considered something that has to go before the ZBA or the planning board, but not in this case, then I think that should specifically state that. Otherwise, this has the potential to negate all change of use requirement for review of any use. And would you agree with that?
I am not sure. I'm reading it again. I'm not sure I do, but I am happy to explore that with you and would be happy to make a change if we determine that that is the case.
And just one minor follow-up. Also, in the list of requirements, you list setbacks, height, and frontage. But in the changes, provided that the building's floor area, height, and setbacks do not change, why is floor area not in the list above, but it is in?
I'm not sure I follow your question. Do you mind clarifying quickly, Reps Davis? You think it should be it should be part of the exemptions rather than?
Well, I'm just wondering why it's in one area and not in another.
I think
So you say in municipality should provide an exemption to
Sure.
any requirements regarding setbacks, height, or frontage, but then provided that the building's floor area, height.
Oh,
and
I see.
setbacks.
Yes, yes.
Why isn't it frontage, height?
Yep.
Or
Okay.
setbacks?
I do follow you now. I'm certainly open to that change. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know how often that would be done,
I
but
just don't understand the juxtaposition.
Representative Davis.
I'm done.
So as a reminder to committee members, please ask for a follow-up. Further questions, Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking second
Yes.
question. So are you aware that there is another bill we're hearing later about home-based businesses that limit the number of employees, hours of operation, number of customer visits?
I'm not aware of that bill.
May I follow up?
Yes, you may.
Would you be open to making sure you look at that bill and make sure if any amendments are being made that that if that comes to fruition, it fits within the same guidelines?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. And I think I want to take this opportunity to just draw a really important contrast I think here, which is childcare is a public good and we are desperately short of it. So when we're talking about childcare, we're not talking about any home business, right? This is a very specific public need. And that is why we need to talk about it as its own industry and not just analogously to any home business. And of course, we also have tremendous precedent for that in the state of New Hampshire with our existing licensure framework, right? There's a lot, there's decades of precedent here that we're working from. And we're just trying to make sure that we continue to smooth the path for providers and make sure they can open.
I see further questions. Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking another question. It's amazing when you look at this in a different light and a different lens, how you're like, wait a minute, what about this? What about this? And that's what's happening right now. And I'm wondering, in the residential section, and I apologize for this all the time. I never have the bill with the line numbers on it. Oh, I can do it this way with the amendment. Line 9, pursuant to a conditional use permit. Don't we get to the same place if we just strike that and add the addition to the accessory dwelling units? And the reason I ask the question is we're trying to comport with the rules established in HHS, Health and Human Services.
Mm-hmm.
And those rules require DES, the safety codes for the fire inspector and everything else.
Yep.
Aren't you just trying to get to, this is allowed by right as long as you comport with those rules?
Absolutely. I think the second half of the bill, which deals with the commercial piece, what would be left on, first of all, like, yes, let's pass that part. But the second part of the bill, what would be left unresolved is where we are trying to stimulate the creation of small childcare businesses near jobs, especially co-located with employment. It would leave that piece unresolved. And so that's why what we're trying to do with the second part of the bill. And as I said in my testimony, I am very open. I think with that square footage threshold we put in there, we can bring that down. Let's make sure we're targeting these smaller businesses that don't have these broader community impacts on traffic and parking and things like that. So,
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Still on Roman 3. I'm
all right,
sorry.
all right.
If we decide that the language of Roman 3 is in fact desirable to have, would it not also be desirable to have it apply to residential accessor or to residential daycares, I guess is the word.
I'd need to, I'd want to step back and think about that for a minute. My gut is that it wouldn't be necessary, but let me think about that after the hearing and get back to you.
May I provide an example, Madam
Sure.
Chair, just for the
Did-
benefit of the committee?
So if you can say it in a sentence, but at this point in time, I have almost 10 other, 10
Okay.
pink cards total, and I do hear that the committee has a number of questions. So I would invite anybody that's has specific subject matter expertise, like yourself, to collaborate with the prime sponsor to iron out some of these concerns and to come up with an amendment.
I will
So-
happily do that.
Okay. Further questions for the prime sponsor? Seeing none, thank you. So at this time, we're going to move into public testimony on this bill. And due to the fact that we are behind schedule at this point, and I have almost 10 cards, what the chair is going to need to do at this time is to limit public testimony to 2 minutes. And if the person providing the testimony has additional information that they would like to share, please share that with the committee after the hearing via email or by input on the portal. So with that, I will recognize Representative Bay. Good morning and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, committee members. I would like to testify in support of this bill, and I would like to do that by talking specifically about my experience as a young parent a long time ago who had childcare offered by my company on-site. So my experience as a parent with an on-site daycare. Both my husband and I moved from Iowa City, where our company was the second largest in our industry of educational testing, to move to Dover, New Hampshire, to a small company with 135 employees. And part of the reason that we did that was the company who offered us jobs had on-site daycare. The time that we moved, we weren't even married. We got married on the way. And we know that we were going to start a family. And since I only have 2 minutes, I'd like to talk to you about the advantages of having on-site daycare offered by my company. One of the things is that I was able to go back, by choice, I was able to go back to work 6 weeks after each one of my children were born. And that's because I was not concerned about leaving my adorable babies 8 hours a day in the very beginning of their lives. And so because of that, I was able to be with my children 24/7. So because the daycare is in the same building, the infant room is in the same building, as a matter of fact, right under my husband's office, that we were able to actually visit the children pretty much at will, as long as you're doing your work and your boss knows about it, this also lowered the burden for breastfeeding mothers because for the feeding time, they can just go to the infant room, sit in the rocking chair, and feed their children. So they didn't have to go through the process of pumping and so forth.
Representative Bay, your time is
Can I do two more?
allotted, expended. Could you wrap your
Yes.
testimony up in a
I will,
sentence?
Madam Chair. And the other advantage is that because it's operated by my company, it was actually the schedule of the daycare is consistent with the schedule of work. So during that time when we had to work on Friday, as an example, on Friday after Thanksgiving, the daycare was open because we have to work. And so that consistency actually afforded us not having to take extra days off. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes,
Questions for Representative Bay? Seeing none, thank you.
thank you.
Failed to mention when I was announcing the time limit that if you have passed in a pink card and what you had planned to say has already been said, please, for the record, state your name, your disposition on the bill, and just, say briefly, I, concur with the testimony that's previously been given. So at this time, the chair recognizes Attorney Burns. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Again, I'm Margaret Burns, representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are here in opposition to House Bill 1195, and in the interest of your time, I will be brief. I wish to note that although we are in opposition, we are interested in working with stakeholders on the bill to try to come up with an amendment that will work for our membership as well. This is an expansion of an amendment that was recently established in September 2024. So this is a zoning mandate on top of another zoning mandate that is less than 2 years old. And I just want to make that point for the record that this was established not that long ago, and now we would be further expanding that mandate on municipalities. Our main concerns with the bill as written, aside from the fact that it is a mandate, is that it essentially establishes accessory commercial units by right by allowing accessory units in residential zones to be allowed by right for this purpose. It also exempts essentially all of these uses from site plan review. The bill as written, I have not seen the amendment, but the bill as written essentially exempts everything 5,000 square feet or less from site plan review. So we can imagine a property essentially the size of a mansion being exempt from basic site plan review that would otherwise be required under the municipal zoning ordinance. Our final point of concern is on page 1 of the original bill, lines 9 through 11. It's a very broad statement. It requires some clarification or honing in order for it to be easier to understand and easier to implement at the municipal level. Those are our primary points. We can provide additional content via email, and as I noted, are happy to work with folks working on this bill to come up with language that will work better for our members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And are you willing to take
Of
questions?
course.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this question. Could you just elaborate on what you just said about lines 9 through 11 on page 1 of the bill?
Shall not, so that requires that municipality, et cetera, shall not adopt or enforce any ordinance which is different from the requirements of 170E or rules adopted thereunder. We're talking about comparing rules for, as I understand it, rules for state licensure. We're comparing that to municipal zoning. They are two very different things. We need some clarification about exactly how municipalities are being limited in that area with respect to zoning. It's almost like apples to oranges, and we need to clarify that a little bit better.
The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and Thank you for taking this question. Is that doable? Has it been done? Is it common, or would this be a unicorn to try to match local to rules?
Possibly a unicorn, Representative Majori. That doesn't mean it's impossible, but I can't think of, at this moment, I can't think of an example right off the top of my head.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you generalize as to the cost and amount of time that it would take for a homeowner who's contemplating a home-based daycare center to go through a planning board site plan review process?
Well, looking at current law, right now, a home-based care, family daycare, is allowed by right or by conditional use permit in the home. So right now in the home, they aren't required to go through site plan review. So this is a question of whether additional units built on residential property and units in commercial zones should be exempt from the site plan review process. So your question is, can I estimate what it would look like specifically for a homeowner to go through a site plan review process, presumably for a unit built on their property, an accessory commercial unit on their property?
That would be correct. Let's assume that it's an outbuilding, a garage, whatever, and they want to convert it to a daycare.
Excuse me, the witness shall suspend. Representative Frucht, it's important that you ask permission for a follow-up, and this is not a conversation
I
with the witness.
apologize.
That's just a reminder.
No, thank you for
Yes.
the reminder.
So you may answer the question, and I'll allow it as a follow-up.
My apologies too for asking, essentially asking a question of the representative. It would be hard for me to estimate that. It would be hard for me to do that without knowing the particular facts of that situation. It sounds like we're talking about an existing structure that's already there that may or may not sort of be substantially ready to be used in that kind of use. I think, for example, of the outbuilding I have on my property that is an old detached garage, it would be quite far from being appropriate for any type of commercial use. So it would just be hard for me to estimate in that circumstance, but I appreciate the question.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm going to have trouble articulating this question, so I'm going to ask for a little help from you as I go along. So if I own a home and I build an ADU on that home and I choose to operate a daycare center in that ADU, will I be subject to business profit taxes?
Possibly. Not my area of expertise. My apologies.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Attorney Grace. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you. Nate Grays for the Business and Industry Association, Statewide Chamber of Commerce. We support this legislation. I want to emphasize that childcare regulations are unique among all businesses because not only do you get a license to operate like you do for many things like barber shops, et cetera, but the state actually dictates how you do your business. If you have, if you have infants, you have to change their diapers every 2 hours no matter what. If you have a fence, it has to be this height no matter what. What this bill is really trying to do, as Representative Page emphasized, is pull everything under this one state, one code, because what we've seen is that municipalities are using land use regulations to make determinations as to how the business operates. which is already covered by these extensive licensure requirements. So that's what kind of the two different parts are joined together as an idea. Because what we've seen is contradictory regulations. CDFA did a study, I'll hand it out after I'm done speaking here, from St. A's to talk about the impacts of the changes made prior, the prior legislation, and how there are a minority of communities on home-based daycares, family-based daycares that still have regulations in place that are prohibiting some of those from opening or causing conflicts. So there are two parts to this bill. Obviously, there's the family-based, which has been previously dealt with by the legislature. One of the things I want to emphasize here is that the changes being proposed to be made are attempting to ensure that what we're talking about is, I guess there are two different parts here, right? So there's the lines 10 through 13 about the state regulations, and that goes back to what I said about the purpose here is to make sure that local land use regulations aren't being used to dictate how business is being done when that's already being dictated by state regulations. The second part, which in the amendment lines 13 through 15, the amendment language there attempts to clarify that we don't want people to build an ADU for the purpose of operating a child care center. We're talking about an existing structure that would actually get that state license to be used. Under existing law, one of the reasons that local site plan review is exempted for that family-based daycare is that it is by statute an accessory use, so that you're not making that determination at the local level. That has been determined by the state that that use is accessory because kids are there from 8 to 5 probably. And so what this additional language is attempting to clarify is that that remains an accessory use, and we don't want that to become a principal use. So we don't want a residential property somewhere, you know, in your neighborhood, however big that is, to become just a daycare and that's it, nobody lives there. We want it to become the thing that a family-based daycare is, which is somebody says, hey, I can take your kids while you're at work for the day, and then give them back. On the center-based daycare, again, on the amendment, one of the things I want to address were some questions arose about kind of on-site daycares and everything else. One of the issues that came up in saying, okay, we want to scoop everything under state regulations, state regulating the operations of this business. How do we do that in a way that makes sense for municipalities? Well, we know that industrial areas may not be suitable for childcare centers. It makes sense to allow those to be stopped there from not operating independently. But at the same time, we have companies, I'm just going to pick BAE, for example, because I think it's a good example. I don't actually know if they have a childcare center, but where they may have a childcare center on site for the employees. They're obviously not going to invite the public in because that's a secured facility. You need permission to go there, but it's a benefit that they have for employees, and we want to make sure that's still legalized. Section 3, I know there were a lot of questions about. The intent there was just that if you're converting an existing building, if you're using it for this new use, a center-based childcare center, that you can do so. The intent is if you're not gonna do construction on that building to change things, to add an addition or whatever it may be, that you should have a lower standard of review simply because it's the same building that was always there. It just happens that now it's a childcare center. So if that language is not captured, I'm certainly happy to work on an amendment to clarify that. I think I've run out of time.
Are you willing to take questions?
Of course.
Questions for Attorney Grays? Chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Grace, for taking my question. To follow up on what you just talked about as an accessory building to a residential building, In the newer or new laws regarding accessory dwelling units, it is silent on any other use than preferably workforce housing or affordable housing. So with this, is this proposed bill also silent on the use of ADUs, implying that it's possible?
So the intent here is, which is why the language is different in the amendment, is to make sure that people are not going to their local planning board, asking for an ADU, building the ADU, and then saying, oh, I really want to use it as a childcare center. That's not what we want to happen. We're not introducing some sort of additional use there. The intent is if you have the old garage out back, you say, hey, I want to open a home-based childcare center, and for whatever reason, you go through, rebuild that so it's actually suitable and you can get a license, you can do that. We don't want people adding new structures to their property for this purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Grace, for taking my question. So you now have an approved daycare center for 6 kids.
Mhm.
If it's become popular and you have the space for 12 kids, is that a change of use?
Change of use.
Because
Well,
you've gone from one definition to another definition. Is that a change of use?
So I'm sorry, I guess I'm not following. For the licensure purposes, it changes definitions for above 12. Is that what or above
Yes.
6?
Yes.
So what this covers is, yes, that would be a change of use, because what this family-based daycare, and I'm using family-based and center-based, I'm aware that's not exactly what the statutes say. The statute does not use those common terms. It has that change of the numbers of children there, and so once you hit that cap, whatever that license cap is for that home-based, family-based care, that's no longer qualifies under the statute as something that's allowed by right. You would obviously be able to regulate that at the local level, and that would be a different use in that particular zone.
Is that a follow-up?
Yes.
Yes, follow-up.
Thank you for the follow-up, and maybe I'm getting too granular, but I do think as a longtime planning board member, I've seen where the rules can be massaged a little bit. I've gone
That's
up,
why there's specific statutory references for what kind of daycare you can have in what zone.
and so that's the point that I'm going to raise right now.
Mhm.
I had 6, I've gone to 12. It's become very popular in this area. I have a 5,000 square foot home. I want to apply for the license for the largest that I can. Did my 5,000 square foot home that I want to now convert into the largest popular just fall out of any site plan review for that change of use? Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does make sense, and I think that goes to the point of perhaps we should change the square footage or how that site plan review is triggered. The second point I would make is, irrespective of that, the primary use of that lot is no longer residential once you've converted that whole thing to a daycare, because you may be living in your little apartment or one room upstairs, but the vast majority of this use has now exceeded what you would expect as a residential use.
Chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So something you mentioned earlier in your testimony was, and it's not going to be quoted exact, it's words. Local land use regulations should not dictate what is being done in this case because childcare is so needed. And I don't think anyone disagrees that we need more childcare. But they want the state to dictate this because it is childcare. How do I go back to my local municipality and say, we're overriding local control?
So again, I think that childcare is unique because, if you think about anything that you get a state license for, whether that's, I want to become a barber or I want to operate a landfill, you get a license from the state and then you go and do whatever you do there. You cut your hair, you do whatever you do with landfills. But in childcare, the state license and the inspection process that occurs and the regular inspection process that occurs from the state agency actually dictates how you operate your business. So it's not like a barber shop where they say, here's how you do a bowl cut or whatever. You went and got your license. In childcare, it's actually the case that they go in, and I know this because the childcare center that my daughter goes to was telling me when we did the inspection or when we went in and did the tour, that the inspector came in and measured cabinets and said, there's something wrong with the cabinets. So they actually had to replace the cabinet doors because they weren't up to whatever the licensing requirement was. And they get, and I wish there were some childcare providers behind me to speak, but they actually dictate things like, here's how often you have to change diapers, regardless of whether they're soiled. When kids are below a certain age, here's how often you have to do this. Here's how many adults you have to have in a room. Here's how many adults have to be on the playground with them. All of these things. So the amount of choices you can make as a business are basically, how much am I going to charge parents? And, where am I going to buy supplies from? And that's it, which is unique. And it all goes to the fact that these rules are all based on the safety of the child. And that's really important to the business community because we know that if parents that are being employed are distracted because they're worried their kids are going to get hurt, then they're not going to be giving 100% at work. They may not even choose to come to work. And that doesn't do us any good when we're trying to grow the economy.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be quick. In earlier testimony, we heard that HOAs and condos were, while this may be kind of silent, and felt like they were covered. Can you say that's the same thing, or do you think that's the same thing for apartment complexes where there are 100 rentable units?
So anything where we're talking about private covenants, private agreements, I think the important thing for the committee to keep in mind is that who are the parties involved? So while something may be allowed under your land use regulation, if I have, you and I have agreed to some sort of private covenant where we say, hey, you can't do anything other than live in your apartment, or you have to be 55 plus, you can't have people staying there, whatever the rules are that we do, and you violate that, I'm going to sue you and I'm going to win. And the local municipality has nothing to do with that. It's between you and me, not between you and the government.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Attorney Hewitt. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Ian Hewitt, appearing for Cornerstone. I don't very often appear in front of this committee, so I'll just say Cornerstone is New Hampshire's only full-time Christian advocacy organization. We represent over 100 churches around the state, and I'm here in support of this bill. I don't have the expertise in this area of law that Attorney Grace has, but I will say just quickly from the standpoint of the underlying need that this is a bill that's very much in demand among our churches. Many of our churches over the past year especially have expressed to us they'd like to see more state legislation promoting increased creation of child care facilities and access to child care. And that is because principally churches that have younger families anecdotally say that those families with young children are having trouble finding child care. I don't have any real sociological data on this for you, but I can say that anecdotally it seems like especially some of our larger, more active churches tend to skew a bit younger than the surrounding communities and certainly younger than the state, certainly more children per capita than much of the state. And so they may feel this sooner and a little bit more sharply than much of the state does. And since I have a few sentences here, I'll just note that Cornerstone, in its now 25 years of existence, has over the past couple of decades documented a number of instances where people around the state, various different municipalities around the state, making local zoning and planning decisions, have expressed pretty overtly sometimes that one goal that they consider in making zoning and planning decisions is that they want to suppress the amount of family formation, childbirth, and raising children in their communities. And common sense tells us that for every person who has that kind of very admirable candor and just comes right out and says something to that effect, there's probably some other people that have that goal that aren't as admirable and honest in coming right out and saying that. So that's at least some evidence that creating a more frictionless zoning process around childcare is likely to be effective in promoting the amount of childcare in the state.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions for Attorney Hewitt? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Benfield.
Oh, someone had to leave.
She's with Stay Work Play. Okay. Okay. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Klein. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Power and members of the committee. I'm Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. We're New Hampshire's free market think tank. We have done research into lots of business regulations over the decades. We like the general approach to this bill. I understand this committee is very on to the details. You guys have it. So I'm not going to get into the details on this. I just want to give you a big picture look at how we see the effects of this bill and conceptually. So everybody knows, you guys know, we have a severe shortage of childcare spaces. Well, what does that mean to have a shortage? It means that demand is way up here and supply is way down here. There's a giant gap. So how do we fix that? When you have a shortage like this, there are lots of reasons why that shortage exists, but these regulations, these local zoning regulations, are one significant factor. So conceptually, the way we look at this bill is, and I won't get into the details again, just to look big picture, what is the point of the Municipal Zoning Act, right? It is to allow municipalities to zone for public health, safety, and general welfare. So conceptually, we're looking at trying to create a situation where they cannot zone out from a commercial zone childcare as a use. So you guys can get into all the other details. Childcare is regulated by HHS. Really conceptually, what you want this bill to do is say, look, if it's a commercial zone, childcare itself should not be banned. Because childcare, the act of caring for a child, causes no harm to anyone else. So you don't want to have a zoning say you can't do childcare here. All the externalities that might come from traffic or other things are externalities that you can regulate and should regulate, but the actual provision of childcare should not be banned from a commercial area. So that's conceptually where this should go, and I think that's would really open up childcare provision in New Hampshire. You can think of many municipalities where there are streets where there's rows and rows and rows and rows of businesses. Think of an office building where you have multiple businesses in that building. What I think you would seed with this change is small providers opening up in those buildings and saying, we're going to provide childcare at a small scale to the businesses that are in our building. Imagine that. Imagine 101A in Amherst, where you have all of these new childcare centers popping up on a small scale. So you're going to create flourishing here with this. I see I'm out of time, so I'll leave it at that.
Are you willing to take questions?
If anybody has one.
Questions for Mr. Klein?
All right.
Seeing none,
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Engelfinger. And I believe she had to leave. Yes, and she did distribute her written testimony. So that represents my last pink card. So at this time, I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilliman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our remote testimony, we have 77 in support and 2 opposed. And on our paper blue sheet, we have 2 in support.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1195. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1303, authorizing municipalities to adopt zoning ordinances related to the protection, management, or replacement of tree canopy. And the chair does not have any pink cards for this. Oh, okay. This time, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Vale, to introduce her legislation to us today. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. I sit before you with House Bill 1303, which is relative to tree canopy introduction, and there is an information sheet that I am handing around to you that you can refer to. I don't want to take a lot of time with testimony. I think the bill is pretty self-explanatory, and there's some information on here that you can read without me having to share it. So the bill authorizes municipalities at their discretion to adopt ordinances or master plan provisions addressing tree canopy preservation and conservation. New Hampshire towns and cities have expressed concern about loss of mature tree canopy and its effect on neighborhood character, property values, and rising municipal stormwater costs. Tree canopy provides well-documented local benefits, reducing runoff and erosion, protecting drinking water supplies, improving air quality, and providing shade that supports public health and comfort by reducing excessive heat. The bill does not mandate any statewide program or impose costs on municipalities. It simply clarifies that local governments may choose to incorporate tree canopy management into their zoning, master plans, or conservation ordinances if it fits their local needs. By providing this authority, the legislature enables communities to protect resources and reduce costs in a way that works best for them and fits their needs for extreme weather resilience. And it's my hope that the committee look upon this favorably. I will mention that this is probably friends with the bill that I presented to you on flood resilience in January.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Questions for Representative Vale? Representative Karazinski is recognized for a question.
Would this, I realize it's enabling legislation, but would this conflict with asphalt management, road rehabilitation efforts, where my town at least has found that eliminating the tree canopy over the roads has preserved pavement?
That is a really good question. May I ask if the gentleman restates the question?
Sure, you can restate it, Representative Karazinski.
Would this interfere with municipalities' current uses of pavement preservation by eliminating canopies over roadways that allow the sun to get in and dry the pavement, keep snow from accumulating in the trees and then dripping on the pavement, causing potholes, et cetera?
So I'm nodding, but the answer to the question is I don't believe so. I think what this bill does is it enables a municipality to make those decisions. And it does eliminate probably some of the debate that might happen over whether a trees are over the road and what is the precedent and the priority. There are some places where trees over the road will absolutely cause extreme ice, black ice, a lot of just a whole host of different emergencies that can happen for travelers, and that's probably the priority in your town. I do know in Nashua that we would be able to coordinate. We have a lot of miles of pavement that we have to do, and it has to be maintained successfully.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Real quick, utilities have rights of way through swaths of tree canopy and also on the sides of highways or different roads, and have in the past just done a clear cut through these areas. Do you think that this bill will cause perhaps lawsuits that the utilities would bring against a municipality for trying to preserve their tree canopy?
That is another good question, but I'd like to think that this would avoid more lawsuits where things would be clarified. And just, to be clear, this doesn't tell a town which ordinances or how to go about this. It tells a town that it can have the authority to manage the tree canopy.
Chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this question. And apparently, since Representative Gilman and I drive in, we're starting to think the same way. Because I was looking at RSA 12-K, which is for wireless communications, where there's actually a definition of average tree canopy height. And I was just looking to see if maybe there should be some reference in here that planning should not conflict with, for instance, RSA 12-K. I don't. Would you say that that wouldn't be objectionable, or would that be?
That would absolutely not be objectionable because I think that would enhance the bill and make it more clear. And we don't want to interfere with utilities, whether they are pavement, water supplies. And water supplies are thinking about how to not be impacted. And in many cases, there may be some conflict already in the neighborhoods. So no, we would want this clarified.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Stock. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Good afternoon. And well, for the record, my name is Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. We're the folks that grow the trees and harvest them. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We are in opposition to this bill, and for a couple reasons. And quite simply, it does conflict with several other portions of state law as it relates to trees and timber harvesting. State law currently does a very good job at promoting open space and which is farm and forest land. New Hampshire, we're the second most forested state in the country. Right now, we're actually growing more timber than that dies naturally and is harvested. So we continue to accrue more timberland as we go. And almost 2/3 of all that beautiful forest that you see out there are privately owned. And for many landowners, the ability to cut and harvest and truck trees to the mill is their only way to financially support their ability to own and manage that land. And state law actually recognizes that. In the Declaration of Purpose of the Zoning and Planning section of statute, RSA 672:1, Roman 3C, and I'll just paraphrase, it's public interest to encourage preservation of open space by conserving forests. Therefore, forestry activities, including harvesting and transportation, shall not be unreasonably limited. It also recognizes that timber harvesting is the only income for landowners, and that without that income, you're apt to see more land go to other more intensive uses, i.e. development. Also in state law, that we have what's called current use. It's where you assess land based on its ability to grow trees. It's a different means of assessing land. You're assessing on its ability to grow a crop. And in that declaration of purpose, it says again, public interest to encourage preservation of open space, prevent the loss of open space to in this case, property taxation of values incompatible with open space usage. And so the state law has actually set a pretty good, I'll say, sideboards or guardrails, what they would like to see and what's in the public interest. The state regulates timber harvesting. There's actually 3 agencies that regulate what goes on in the woods. You have forest rangers with the Division of Forest and Lands. Am I up on time? Okay, I thought the 2-minute only applied to the last bill. Okay. Oh, man, I'll be quick. Thank you, thank you.
Could you summarize in
Yeah,
a sentence?
I guess the last piece I really want to point out is RSA 674-1 Roman 4, duties of the planning board. And it says, in general, the planning board may be given, it talks about the duties, and then it goes on to say, such power shall not include regulating timber harvesting operations that are not part of a subdivision application or a development project subject to site plan review under this chapter. So the law is very clear that if I own a piece of timberland, regardless of what zone it is, if I'm going to be harvesting timber, whether it's a zoning ordinance or other type of land use ordinance, planning boards they don't have that authority unless it's site plan review or a subdivision. So we believe this bill would conflict with that. And so for that, I understand the sponsor's interest. Nashua is an urban area, but planning and zoning occurs in all 200, I should say most 200 towns. And so this could apply elsewhere. And what we do not want to see is a patchwork of regulations across the state, town by town, or even in this case, zone by zone. As I own land in Tilton, but I also have acreage in the neighboring town in Samberton. Again, you could see the instance where I go to do a project and now I'm having to deal with 2 sets of regulations. It could be very confusing. I would like to speak to just quickly the question about utilities. There is a piece of law called Scenic Roads that speaks specifically to utilities and right-of-way clearings and public input and involvement. So I think that's already addressed. Sorry I ran over. I didn't realize the 2-minute warning applied to me, but I guess it does.
Yes, and I apologize. I should have reiterated that for this particular bill. Are you willing to take questions?
Be happy to.
Chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Stock.
Good afternoon.
Does this bill address private property?
Yes.
Follow up?
Yes.
Could you point out where that is?
Specifically, if I have a piece of private property and it falls within a zone, that's private property. So if I have a piece of property that's zoned rural residential and the town determines that we want to maintain X tree canopy in that rural residential zone, that would affect my property, which falls within that zone.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card, and I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Remote testimony shows 51 in support and 1 in opposition. And the blue sheet in the room has 2 opposed.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1303. This time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1327 relative to the definition of commercially zoned land. The chair has 2 pink cards, and I would ask, would Representative Karzinski mind introducing this bill? Yes.
Something going on in the room today. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Sylvester Karasinski, Cheshire District 10. I'd like to introduce House Bill 1327 relative to the definition of commercially zoned land. This bill redefines mixed use and commercially zoned land.
Thank you, Representative. This time, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government. And I will remind you that due to the fact that we are behind schedule, your testimony shall be limited to 2 minutes. If you have anything further to share, feel free to email it to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this afternoon. For the record, Brody Deshays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We support House Bill 1327. It was a request by our association of Representative Bill Boyd to bring this bill forward for us. I'm going to be very brief and not speak to the Roman 1. That definition is already going to be updated differently by the House Housing Committee, so I would recommend striking any update to redefining commercially zoned land. We've already come to an agreement with the Business and Industry Association of New Hampshire. Where we still have some concerns that we haven't raised yet, and I'll be talking more with Mr. Grays about updating this definition of mixed use. That term area, that's an extremely vague term. It's unclear when someone proposes a mixed use development, what would encompass that area. That's not typically a term that we use in our planning statutes or even on the local level in our ordinances. We believe that it should be a proposed single building or development shown on a subdivision or site plan approved by the planning board. That would align with other updates that the House Housing Committee are making to this law under House Bill 1010. It would make it much more clear about what areas are pertaining to this development. So with that, I will conclude my testimony and would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Deshays? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Ms. McIntyre. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Good afternoon. I'm Joni McIntyre, real estate agent here in Concord with Coldwell Banker J. Hampy Associates and Vice Chair of Public Policy at the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. The realtors oppose this bill. I think it's worth mentioning that you may have heard that inventory is improving, prices are stabilizing. I hear that in the national news a lot. I don't think that pertains to the state of New Hampshire at all. The month of January, the median sales price was $540,000, which is 7% over January of 2024. Inventory looks, back to 2021, the median home price was $350,000. In terms of inventory, this morning when I checked the MLS, we're at 1,344 houses in the whole state of New Hampshire for sale. Back in 2021, when I felt like we were at our bottom, we were just about 1,300. But in 2016, we were at 6,500.
Ms. McIntyre, I would have to interrupt. Oh. So you're giving us statistics with regards to inventory, and I'm failing to see how that pertains to the amended language in the bill before us.
So my understanding is commercial zoning in RSA 67480 says that municipalities shall allow multifamily use in a commercial zone. And in the HB 631 that was passed last year, that they must allow multifamily residential development. And though all of that will help improve that affordability of housing. If there's more properties to rent, because housing, frankly, has become unattainable for most people. If there's more apartments to rent, then that cost may moderate. And allowing those units in a commercial development will allow people to possibly walk to work, especially those first time people in the workforce. And they, on a broader scale, they may be able to not have to buy a car, and their affordability to live here will be improved. So does that make sense?
No.
No. Am I in the wrong place?
I'm wondering, I'm wondering if,
1327.
so does, your testimony, in my opinion, isn't consistent with the proposal before us in House Bill 1327, but nevertheless,
I'm really sorry.
that's okay. Do you have any other, I guess, statements? Or or would you be willing to take questions that might help to clarify things?
So I would also say House
Yep.
Housing is looking at a similar bill, House Bill 1010. That might be more consistent with what the sponsor is looking to get to.
I see a couple of questions, and the chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, the sponsor is not here, so cannot shed light on any of the questions that we have. So with that, I have no further questions and do wish the sponsor had been here to present the bill.
Not sure that that was a question, but thank you for that.
Can I comment to that?
No.
No.
Because there was no question. Representative Grund is recognized for a question.
All right, I'll make this quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is your concern that this definition would remove the ability to put housing into the commercial district? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Very good question. Thank you for asking that. Okay, so that puts this into context. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card. So I'll ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A remote testimony shows 2 in support and 1 opposed. And the blue sheet in the room is blank.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1327. So at this time, we are caught up on our schedule, and our next public hearing has been noticed for 1 p.m., so that leaves us some time to grab lunch. So please try to be here around 1 o'clock. We're breaking for lunch until 1 p.m. The time is past 1 p.m., and at this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1351 relative to uniform municipal standards for regulation of home-based businesses. So as a reminder, we would ask any representatives introducing bills, we would appreciate it if at all possible you could introduce your bill within the time frame of 5 minutes, followed by questions and answers. And in order to stay on schedule for those providing public testimony, I will have to assess our schedule if we are on time or behind time and how many cards we have. So let's see, it's one. Okay, so I may need to limit public testimony for people giving public input here in person today. And if need be, please send information to the committee so that we can consider any additional information that you weren't able to provide in your public testimony and within the questions and answers so that we can consider that before we exec the bills. So at this time, the chair would like to welcome Representative Bollier. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Dear Chairwoman and members of the committee, this is a bill to protect home-based businesses. It creates a safe harbor for the little guy. If you have a home-based business and you are not causing neighborhood problems like traffic, noise, or other externalities, then this bill guarantees you're allowed to have a business no matter what town you live in. The Small Business Administration estimates that slightly more than half of America's 30 million businesses are home-based. 7 out of 10 startups are home-based. These businesses are vital to our economy and our future prosperity. Major American companies, including Apple, Hewlett-Packard, Google, and Amazon, all started in someone's garage. The next trillion-dollar company could happen right here in a New Hampshire home garage, but it won't happen if it's never allowed to get off the ground. Unfortunately, our state does not provide clear and consistent rules for towns to follow when zoning for home-based businesses. About 20% of towns outright ban home businesses entirely in at least one residential district. 20 towns ban any business in a detached garage. So if you're the next Apple, tough luck. 26 require special permits, 56 require more parking, 14 require less parking. This mixed messaging and regulatory uncertainty often mean home-based businesses are in violation of a local ordinance without the owner even knowing. For those that are aware, they may not be willing or able to absorb the cost of a commercial lease, preventing their business from ever even starting. HB 1351 provides a baseline so every home-based New Hampshire entrepreneur has the same opportunity. This bill also focuses on impacts rather than attempting to list every single type of business allowed. Many businesses did not even exist when many zoning ordinances were written. In my town of Littleton, only 8 home-based occupations are allowed by right, including making shoelaces. Not included are some of the most common today: bookkeepers, home, health, and personal care aides, engineers, lawyers, salespeople, content creators, and perhaps most needed today, therapists, and many others. Large businesses can afford to navigate both local regulation and politics in a way that's not possible for a small entrepreneur. We've already seen the wisdom in legalizing home-based childcare statewide. Let's make New Hampshire the state where if you're going to start a home business, you can. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Bollier. Are there questions for the prime sponsor? The chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Representative. Wow. First and foremost, let me address the homemade foods industry, which is governed or regulated by DHHS. And you have on page 2, Roman 1, up to 4 non-resident employees may work on site at any time. Well, what if the enterprise needs 6 employees to make cupcakes for an upcoming event, for example? This could inhibit that particular enterprise. So where did you come up with the 4 non-resident employees?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the first thing I would point out is there's 2 different types of home-based businesses. There's a no impact, where there's presumably no impact to the community, and then there's a low impact, where you would have employees showing up to work every day. It is, I agree, somewhat of an arbitrary number. The idea is I wanted to put a number in there to where it would really, if you have, maybe you start getting to 6 employees, maybe you start to have the sort of payroll where it would make sense to get a commercial lease or something like that. But I'd be more than happy to, whatever the committee thinks in terms of an amendment for what makes sense in terms of scale. And keep in mind, this is just the floor. If a town wants to allow more, a town already can. But right now, if a town wants to say you have to have 0 employees, the town can also do that.
Follow up?
Yes.
So going to a 6-lot private subdivision serviced by a private dirt road that the owners must maintain out of their pockets. In Roman 3 on page 2, you say routine parcel deliveries, including those by USPS, shall be permitted. What does routine mean?
So the intention here was to be something similar to what you're already seeing with residential use, to where you're not getting massive truck deliveries regularly, you're getting a routine number of parcels, so something that happens on a regular basis. If there's a way to, clarify that language or maybe even strike that provision, but the idea is that if you need supplies delivered for your business, that would be allowed. And in a situation where you do have a private road, maybe in that private road agreement, if they wanted to prohibit things, that's a private agreement. That's not something that the town's doing. So presumably, private individuals would still be able to enact restrictions due to their HOA or private road agreement or what have you.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In Roman 4, how do you envision the state defining ordinary residential signage?
I'm just to get with you, Roman 4 on page.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess that's page 2. Page 1. Under residential appearance, it says means the dwelling retains exterior characteristics typical of residential use. Ordinary residential signage, parking, lighting, and landscaping are permitted. What is ordinary? How do you envision the state defining ordinary residential signage? I mean, given that we have Supreme Court rulings on what signage can be permitted.
Right, and thank you for the question. So what I envisioned was kind of later on what you see on the next page, page 5, Roman numeral 5, non-illuminated wall, window, door, or yard sign not exceeding 6 square feet shall be permitted. So the idea is you could have some kind of sign. If the town wanted to make sure it's not a bright neon sign, keeping the neighbors up at night or something like that, the town would be free to prohibit that. But just a way to where you could put a sign outside saying, yes, my business is here.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have several. The first one, on page 2, line 32, Roman 6, which are things that a municipality shall not do, is impose higher parking, landscaping, or screening standards. Currently, if I understand the RSAs correctly, a municipality cannot impose more than a single parking space in a residential situation. So, space 1 goes to the owner. Where do the 4 employees park? Assuming that parking on the street just isn't available for whatever reason.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So if the owner has one space and there's no alternative parking, then very clearly it would not be practical to have 4 employees. So I just think that would not be practical.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm looking at a couple of different things. I'm first going to go on page 2, where you have they cannot ban, but it allows outdoor storage or display. What exactly is a display?
So I would imagine a display would be something like, let's say, a farm stand or something like that. Let's say that you have something related to your business that you want to put outside. Maybe you're a beekeeper, so you have a beehive in front of your house or something like that, or something else to symbolize your business. But it's similar. It's the idea of you can display something related to your business.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So the towns and areas within the towns that have HOAs or 55 and older, and they have restrictions on what can be done, is this to override those restrictions?
No, absolutely not.
Is that stated in here?
It should be stated in there. And if it's not, I'd be very happy to see an amendment to make sure that that's clear.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would the 4 employees of these home businesses be covered by OSHA?
I'm not an expert in OSHA, so I really couldn't say one way or another. Yeah, I really couldn't say one way or another.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Elwood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Page 2, line 13. Outdoor storage or display not exceeding 200 square feet shall be permitted, provided that the materials are screened from direct view of a public right-of-way. What's the point of having a display if it has to be screened from direct view of the public right-of-way?
So the way I envisioned this was the display was something different than outdoor storage. If you're storing business materials outside, the idea was the town could require some kind of visual separation for aesthetic standards. But if the words display are something which the committee feels is too ambiguous, I mean, by all means, I don't think there'd be a problem with striking that necessarily. The idea really behind this bill is to really start a conversation and make the point that you have home-based entrepreneurs that are being held to differing standards in differing towns. Let's just have a safe harbor baseline. This is just the bare minimum. If the town wants to allow more or do more, that's up to the town, but at least have a bare minimum that would allow people to have a home-based business.
Follow up?
Yes.
All right. So in my town, the zoning ordinance provides for home occupations and cottage industries. Home occupation is low impact. Cottage industry requires a special exception. So in the 6 lots private subdivision, my gosh, I forgot what I was going to say. If a low impact business is allowed by right, that doesn't give the other property owners any say whatsoever as to, like I said, the use of the road in the absence of an HOA or a written road maintenance agreement, inviting, strangers up into the subdivision. So where does the subdivision owners have any say in what's going on in their subdivision with this bill?
So there are provisions related to nuisance and things like that. So that again could be an impact that's considered. And again, if the numbers that I put in here are not what the committee feels is appropriate, the idea is let's find a baseline to where this type of home business is allowed. Because right now we have a situation where you're providing no impact to your neighbors at all. And even if your neighbors wanted you to open the business, you're not allowed to under the current zoning. There's also situations, and I mentioned the politics, to where you could have a situation where maybe one person wants to have a home-based business, but for whatever reason, they're unpopular in the neighborhood, and you have this concerted effort to disrupt their livelihood. So I'm trying to provide some protection for the little guy is really my goal with this.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my second question. So I'm going to the definition of low impact. And my concern is the actual definition. I mean, yes, you could have, let's say, a hairdresser, considered low impact, maybe no impact. But you could have a small motor repair service. Is that considered low impact? It may make noise, it may not. It could pollute water, it might not. Who's enforcing what low impact is and what are the consequences if they are found not to meet those requirements?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So the idea is things that are hazardous and things that are a nuisance would still be subject to whatever the zoning enforcement the town already has. So if you have a small motor repair business and you're dumping oil in the yard, if you are, making excessive amount of noise in violation of the noise ordinance or what have you, you'd be subject to the very same kind of regulation that already exists today, whatever the town has.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it's just confirmation of Representative Grund's question. So in low impact, it says you have to comply you have to conform with generally applicable residential standards for, and then it lists. So you're not saying, do I understand correctly, that if you have ordinances, you still have to comply with them? You're not being, they're not being wiped out. I can't come up with the right word.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And the intention with this is focused on use. But whatever externalities you're causing your neighbors, whatever, local ordinances exist to mitigate those externalities, you should still be subject to all of those. It's not designed to preempt that. It's just to allow that particular use.
Further questions? Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, I don't really have a problem with this, except shouldn't this be a case-by-case basis? Because some lots are too small, you don't have any extra parking, but if you have a business that has a lot of customers and you have no place to park, and you have a private road that's very skinny and gravel, you have no place to park. So shouldn't that limit what can go in that particular lot? I mean, that lot may be perfect use for like an accountant that has one customer maybe. But if you have a shop where you're selling things, wouldn't the size of the lot or the configuration of the road be a limiting factor? And shouldn't that be in here?
Yeah, no, so that does bring up a very good point. So one of the other, ideas behind this is an accessory use. So the primary use of the property should be used as a residence. And people using a residence, if they have a large family, if they have a large vehicle, maybe they have entertained guests regularly, and maybe they host parties where they have, well more than 20 people a day showing up and, hanging out or whatever. I mean, these are all impacts that I think could be mitigated. If you have a situation like that that's genuinely unsafe, there should be a provision for health safety to where it's a concern. But what I don't want to see happen is using parking or road width or something else as an excuse to stop home-based businesses. So wherever the balance is, I'd be very happy to work with the committee to find where that balance is.
Follow up?
Yes.
I don't want to limit the business. Like you, if like you have, like I said, the accountant thing works in a small lot, private road with real skinny. It's the type of business in the lot that it's going in that is of concern. So how would you'd have to have some sort of provision that says you have to review the lot and review the use and make a determination.
So I see what you're saying. So maybe something with a low impact is conditional use or something like that, or special exception. You know, perhaps that is the balance between no impact doesn't require that, whereas low impact might require that.
Thank you.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to the six-lot subdivision, if the deed provisions limit use of the private road to property owners, their families, invitees, and licensees, and doesn't provide for entities to use the private road, would this still apply by right to allow businesses in that subdivision?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So my intention was this, is specifically in those situations where you do have deed restrictions, private agreement, what have you, that this would not override that private agreement would stand.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Deshays. Good afternoon.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this afternoon. Again, for the record, Brody Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1351 as introduced. House Bill 1351 mandates that municipalities must permit home-based businesses within any dwelling or its accessory structures like an ADU, garage, or shed if the appearance still looks as a, quote, typical residential use, end quote. I want to flag the House Commerce Committee recently had a hearing and is having work sessions on a bill that has a similar intent, House Bill 1023, which would allow accessory commercial units by right in all zones that permit residential or commercial uses. I want to also flag municipalities already permit in-home offices that are accessory to the residential use. This is common throughout New Hampshire. It's very common also to allow, for example, farm stands and agricultural zones. So there is already a lot of business that's permitted as an accessory use within residential dwellings, in residential zones, and in zones that are mixed use. What House Bill 1351 would allow is for the industrial or the commercial use to also be primary. It could be accessory or primary in the way that we read the bill. It does require occupancy in the unit. So that's the only type of requirement that's additional to. It would allow all industrial and heavy commercial uses in residential homes anywhere in the municipality as long as the homes retain its, quote, residential appearance, end quote. This is also very vague, and we're unsure if it would mean that the looks of this residential building can never change as long as it's being used for its principal or accessory uses, whether that be commercial or residential. So want to kind of help the committee kind of look at this. How would this appear, especially in a denser zone district? Think about an apartment building with multiple units in a dwelling. Could one of the apartments all of a sudden become a light industrial use with a few people who are housed in a couple of the bedrooms that then, might live and work in this same apartment? And what kind of disturbances could that create for others? And clearly industrial uses or heavy commercial are part of the intent of this bill, because on page 2, lines 13 through 16, it mentions storage of hazardous materials shall comply with applicable fire and building codes. That means these people will be in their residence, that could be, or in their commercial, they're now former resident, that's commercial unit, that's accessory as residential, handling hazardous materials. And it could be done inside by right in apartment buildings. So this would effectively be mandating incompatible uses throughout the municipalities, and it would require every municipality to move to form-based zoning for in-home businesses. So form-based zoning is essentially you are only basing your zoning ordinances and codes off of the form of the structure and how it looks, height, setbacks, things like that, and not the actual use being done, which the whole point of zoning is to ensure that incompatible uses are separated and done in areas of town that make sense, where the land and the surrounding abutters are not negatively impacted by either very intensive land uses or less intensive land uses. And I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Deshays? Chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Deshays, in the bill introduction, the representative mentioned a hodgepodge, I'm paraphrasing here, mentioned a hodgepodge of regulations from town to town. In your opinion and or in the opinion of the Municipal Association, does this variety of different regulations town to town result from different needs in different municipalities, or does it result from the whims of the townspeople and the select board and planning board?
Thank you for the question, Representative Frock. Obviously, municipalities have master plans that align with the desires and the wants and how intensive of land uses should be placed in different zones. And obviously, in the majority of municipalities, zoning ordinances are adopted by popular vote of the legislative body or the voters. So we would say that the current zoning ordinances exist are a reflection of the desires, the wants, and the needs, and not just the preservation of land use, but also the encouragement of economic opportunity in different zones. So we think the current process strikes a good balance, and there is ample opportunity for in-home businesses and mixed use throughout the state that already exist in current zoning ordinances in every municipality.
Thank you for your response.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking this question, which initially I thought was a crazy question, but come to find out that it's not, that it actually was proposed. Can charitable gaming fit into this definition and be a home-based business?
Oh, that's, I mean, in this land use, in how this legislation would update our land use statutes potentially, but there's also a whole host of additional regulations with the Charitable Gaming Commission that I would imagine that you couldn't just put a charitable gaming center into an apartment. But you'd have to ask the Charitable Gaming Commission about the interplay between this and potentially that. Now, you could potentially have like someone operating a, let's say, a restaurant, and they're doing Keno and they're selling Keno products, which many would say that that is very similar to a charitable gaming center, even though it's technically not. That's a charitable gaming product, so distinction there. But so in that respect, you know, you could have people doing Keno and inviting people over to play Keno in their apartments.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you brought up a very interesting point that I have a question on. So at what point, when you mentioned like a restaurant, at what point does a business, home-based business, cross into a true change of use?
I would thank you for the question, Representative Grund. I would say when that's the principal primary use. So it's not the principal and primary use being someone sleeping and living there, but the principal and primary use is now becoming majority of the time the building and its land or other accessory units appertaining to are being primarily utilized for a commercial purpose, a registered business. Let's say your house, you've decided to turn it into a registered business that, we'll use Keno as the example, is selling Keno and maybe some snacks and other things. At a certain point, that is happening more than you're living there and sleeping in a room potentially. So all of a sudden your residential will become accessory, and clearly that commercial use is the principal, and that clearly becomes a change of use.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Klein. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm Drew Klein with the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. Good to see you again, just here this morning. We look at this bill very positively. And to think about it conceptually, again, I know you guys will get into the details, and when you look at some of the aspects on page 2 about sign use and sign size and that kind of thing, you guys can work out the details there. I think the sponsor's open to that. Again, I want to point out sort of big picture conceptually. So New Hampshire, the live free or die state, is a state where everybody knows that small businesses make up the majority of businesses in the state, but large businesses are the majority of employers. What you probably don't know is that New Hampshire does not do well on national rankings of entrepreneurship. We're very low nationally on entrepreneurship. And one of the reasons is it's hard to start a business in New Hampshire. There are regulations that make it difficult, and local zoning regulations on home-based startups is one of the main reasons why it's difficult in New Hampshire to start a business. So we view this I hear everybody talking about sort of these businesses that will be permanent in your house. I'm looking at this more as a business incubator, right? So if you're going to allow residential to be the primary use, what you're looking at here, you will have some people who just start a little baking operation or pickling operation and just want to do that on the side, very small, kind of, indefinitely. But when you look at the way businesses start and scale, the reason you start a business in your home is because startup costs are the biggest obstacle to entrepreneurship. You're not going to start with no customers and get a loan. You can do this, but it's very hard to start in the commercial area and start your business. What this would do is allow people to start that initial business in their garage, in their basement, and then scale up. So when you're talking about the low impact businesses with the employees of only 4, you guys can figure out where that number sweet spot is. But I can tell you, my family has a home-based licensed bakery. We have no extra employees. A 6-person bakery would be a huge baking operation. That would be very big for a home-based business. You do most of your home-based business with no employees or 1 or 2 employees. When you get to that point where you're going to need all those employees, that's when you go find the commercial space. That's when you go find the retail strip. So just to give you an example, if you look at home-based business, massive corporations, Walt Disney Company, Hewlett-Packard, Harley-Davidson, Nike, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Whole Foods, Under Armour, just to list a few, started in garages or basements. And when you talk about commercial activity in your street and strangers coming, I just want to point out that that happens all day, every day, right? So the number of commercial businesses that come down your street every single day, Uber, Grubhub, taxis, FedEx, UPS, landscapers, oil delivery, ice cream trucks, newspaper delivery, you're getting commercial activity on your street all day, every day. So I think the intent of this bill is to keep the business activity within a normal, customary residential scope. And that's why you've got these tiers. You don't want to have it scale up so that you've got some massive business in there. I don't think this bill allows that. It really helps people start that small business and scale so then they can move into the commercial operation. And I'm happy to take questions. Otherwise, I'm done.
Questions for Mr. Klein? Seeing none, thank you.
All right, thanks.
That represents my last pink card here, and I will ask at this time, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The remote sign-in shows 7 in support and 4 opposed. And today's paper blue sheet has 1 in support.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1351. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1473 FN relative to the use of agricultural fairground property. Okay, I don't have any pink cards, but I see some coming. So I do not have a pink card for a representative to introduce the bill, so could Representative Walker introduce the bill?
Good afternoon. Representative David Walker from Stratford 19, Rochester. Introducing you today, House Bill 1473 FN, relative to the use of agricultural fairground property.
Thank you. So I have a few pink cards in my hand, and we are behind schedule, so I will need to limit in-person public testimony on this bill to 2 minutes. And if you are unable to share your comments, please feel free to email any additional information to the committee or to upload that via the General Court website. And also, I would ask that if you have submitted a pink card and what you intended to say has already been stated by another person, that I would ask that, excuse me, I haven't recognized anybody to take the stand. Please sit back in the audience. We don't know who is going to be called first. What was I saying? I was on a roll there. Oh, yes. If what you want to say has already been stated, please take the stand, state your name for the record and your disposition on the bill, and simply say, I agree with the previous speaker's comments. So at this time, the chair would like to recognize Ms. Brown. That was random in the way that the cards were handed to me by the vice chair. So good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
And thank you very much, and I apologize for jumping the gun. My name is Marcia Brown, and I'm an attorney who has not drafted legislation for a few years or spoken before committees, so my apologies for being too soon. But I have prepared remarks, and I will distribute those. The town of the Hopkinton Fair also has a letter to file. But briefly, the Rochester Fair went through 7 years of litigation with the city of Rochester, and the problem became that these grandfathered uses, they're really called the legal nonconforming, but we always speak of them as grandfathered. When you don't have a non-fair use in this particular situation occurring within that 12 months time frame, you lose it. And you start getting the boa constrictor to tighten and tighten around these fairs who really need these non-fair revenues. Rochester Fair used to bring in $75,000 in non-fair revenues, and then it went to zero when the city started not granting the event permits. Now, this is a very targeted bill to deal with that 12-month period by taking the model that was used for cell towers and exempting these fairs. There are 10 fairs. Of those 10 fairs, Cheshire Fair is in a business district, so it is also in a non-conforming area, or has non-conforming uses. Cornish and Sandwich are in a village district. Deerfield is in ag residential. Hopkinton Fairgrounds, which you may all know, is in high-density residential, and Rochester is in office commercial. And so this is just to narrowly address the fairs, and it would exempt the fairs from zoning because there is no fair district, which would be very difficult to draft a specific district, and to exempt them so long as they still promote the agricultural and mechanical purposes that most of these fairs were formed in the 1800s as agricultural and mechanical organizations that were charities, stockholder charities at the time. And as soon as this property is no longer put to fair use, then the regular zoning is going to occur. This is not impacting any of the licensing that the license boards can regulate under RSA 286. It is not dealing with any of the, or adversely impacting any of the safety codes. It's just trying to allow these agricultural fairs to survive. And you already have a definition of what is in agriculture, and that's in RSA 2134A. And that definition is one of those that's included but not limited to, which is meant to be expansive. So I'm happy to take any questions. I know that's usually the sponsor that takes questions on the drafting of this, but since I'm the one that drafted it, I'm happy to discuss any of the vetting. This isn't impacting zoning because the FEMA floodplain, because that's dealt with planning.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Are there questions for the attorney?
Respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Perry. Good afternoon, Mr. Perry, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Perry. I'm the General Manager of Rochester Fair. I'm also the President of the New Hampshire Association of Fairs, and my day-to-day life is that of a dairy farmer. For 150 years, these fairs, nonprofits all, have been part of the fabric of our state. And we just want to make sure we can continue that work. 4-H, it relies on the fairs each year, and that's a wonderful program, but we could be endangered. Because when these fairs were first formulated, 100 years ago, most of them were in a very rural area with very little zoning at that time. Now fairs like Rochester set within a very residential area. We're in the heart of the city. So we need to protect these traditions of New Hampshire. This is the fabric of New Hampshire. The fairs also need to be able to do some off-season events as well, because business is much tougher to conduct. And at the end of the day, a fair has to run like a business. So we need to be able to grab some additional revenue, be it weddings or whatever you chose to do, or dog show, horse show. And so this bill just speaks to that. And after what we went through in Rochester, we can't afford any of our 10 fairs in this state to have to go through that again, because the fairs are all connected. We need one another. If you notice your county fairs, we call them county fairs in New Hampshire, even though they're not. Your fairs run sequentially. There's a reason for that. That gives the 4-H kid a chance to go to one fair this week, another fair next week. The food vendor, the carnival provider, all of those things. So all 10 fairs are important to us. And we hope you will support this bill. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Are there questions for Mr. Perry? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Frost. Good afternoon, Mr. Frost, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Thank you very much. My name is Tyke Frost. I'm here representing the Deerfield Fair. And to speak in support of the bill, proposed bill, that would protect all of the New Hampshire fairs. in regard to zoning. Deerfield Fair, in our 150 years, has enjoyed a very harmonious relationship with the town. In fact, going back a few years, probably the voter roll of the town and the listing of members in the Deerfield Fair Association were identical. But I don't have a crystal ball. Who knows what the future is? Deerfield Fair is zoned agricultural residential. If someone wanted to take a hard look and say, I don't believe that amusement rides are agricultural, you no longer can have amusement rides. Or someone said, I don't believe the circus acts are agricultural, it would be the end of the Deerfield Fair. And I think with this bill, should it pass, it's not going to make any changes at all. It simply provides a security for the fairs to know that they can continue doing what they've always done. Certainly, that would be the case for the Deerfield Fair, and it would be comforting to know that a fair is not going to be removed simply by a stroke of the pen. I'd be very, very pleased to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Are there questions for Mr. Frost? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for the time.
So that represents my last pink card that I have for this bill. So I will ask at this time, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In remote testimony, we had 7 in support and 0 opposed. And are in the room, blue sheet has 3 in support.
Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1473 FN. Next, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1691, relative to limitations and qualifications for land placed in current use. The chair would like to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Reed, to introduce her bill to us today. Good afternoon, Representative Reed, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. For the record, as always, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, which is Newmarket and Newfields. I moved here to New Hampshire 17 years ago. I had a choice. I wanted to study. I had a bachelor's in molecular biology, and I cared very much about the environment. So I had a choice between 2 universities because I wanted to study algal biodiesel. One was somewhere else in the country, and the other one was here at UNH. And I chose New Hampshire because it was, at the time at least, the most treed state per acre in the entire country. This was an allure, and I think it's an attraction for most people who choose to live here. And in fact, I have always, my entire adult life, wanted a small, sustainable farm. It is the topic of my master's course, actually. In addition to the algal biodiesel, more broadly, it was sustainable food systems. The name of the program was environmental and socioeconomic ethics and policy, but I studied a lot of conservation policy, and in fact, an entire conservation easement course. And what I wanted more than anything was a small, sustainable, green farm. I had notebooks of these wonderful sustainable methods, intensive rotational grazing plans. I had this like breeding plan for goats, for fiber and dairy. So this is the New Hampshire vibe, right? This is what I love about New Hampshire, and I still have that dream. So I want you to understand all this because I am not coming for the idea of conservation. This bill has upset many of my conservation allies that I've had for quite a number of years, and I'm hoping they'll be willing to listen with an open mind to the logic behind this. In my coursework, I learned that not all conservation land is created equally. A 5-acre plot in the middle of early successional areas in a suburban area is not as valuable for conservation as, say, a plot that's contiguous with other open space or a piece of land, a parcel of land that's been identified as habitat for a threatened species or a parcel of land that is on an important watershed. That is more valuable. And so what the current use system is currently doing is it's a bit of a sledgehammer that treats all land the same, and we're treating all land the same in the middle of a housing crisis. So what I'm trying to do is get a little bit more like a scalpel. But the reason that the current use system is not working well, I'll just go into that. So as I said, I dreamed of having a farm, and part of this dream, as I'm learning about how things work in New Hampshire, was to get current use on a piece of land and also get a conservation easement from a trust on that land so that I could afford, and indeed, the ways of affording these a home anymore is getting harder and harder for people like me. So I got into housing, and I've put in a lot of housing legislation to deal with the housing crisis, but it was actually a Republican who a few years ago raised the point to me that not only was current use this sledgehammer that isn't really prioritizing important pieces of conservation land over the other, but actually what I thought was helping the green local agricultural and small farms and also like conservation tracts that were important conservation land was actually simply pretty much at its heart a tax cut for the rich. You need 10 acres to go into current use to get that tax break. A renter does not have 10 acres. A person on a 1/4 acre does not have 10 acres. A person on 2 acres does not have 10 acres. And while I won't say that every single person with 10 acres is just obscenely wealthy, I know that's not true. Some people inherit their land. But I would say anyone who owns 10 acres is in a better position than someone who owns 0. And what current use does is it shifts the tax burden from the people with the most onto the people that have less. And so as I got into it, this Republican his point just kind of buried itself into my brain for a number of years. It's inherently not equitable. It's not just, so if you're familiar with taxation theory, there's regressive tax. It's a flat tax that doesn't give any respect to your ability to pay, right? So therefore it is disproportionately hard on the poor because they pay a greater portion than someone who is wealthy. However, then there's progressive tax where it does take into consideration your ability to pay. This is actually worse than regressive tax. This is upside down tax. This is the poorest pay far more than the wealthy. This is a problem for me. It's a problem for me in terms of housing. It's a problem for me in terms of just morality, but it's also a problem in terms of conservation. This disproportionate imbalance of property tax is so bad that when you crunch the numbers, and we have experts here who have been crunching the numbers for quite some time, I did not know this, but it is so bad that in towns that have more than half of their land in conservation, in current use, you don't see it as a line item because you're subsidizing that tax break. But people are paying more in taxes than they are on education in that town because they are subsidizing the tax break on the people who have more than 10 acres. So let me give you an example. And this example is not far from real towns that we have in the state right now. Let's say we have a town, 1,000 households in this town. 900 of those households have 10-acre plots that are in current use. 100 of those households are renters that live downtown or maybe 1/4 acre or whatever, but they don't have 10 acres and they don't have current use. That town's operating budget is $1 million. Effectively, those 900 people with the 10 acres pay effectively 0. That means almost 100% of all that operating budget goes onto the 100 people who have the least, who have almost nothing, and in some cases are renters who are paying property taxes through their rent. That means that each one of those 100 people would pay on average $10,000 in property tax, which is about right. And while the other 900 are paying nothing, but if you didn't have current use, they would all be paying about $1,000. That's a 90% reduction in property tax. In addition to the fact that we're hoarding land out, and I don't mean all land, not land that's important for conservation, but land that's more in a suburban or a semi-rural setting that is needed for housing right now. In addition to hoarding that out of housing and paying someone for the privilege of them hoarding out of housing, we're also making housing more expensive for people who just want a half acre or a condo. We are vastly increasing their property tax. And at the lower end, if you're entering into the market and looking for what's called a starter home, which isn't even a starter home anymore, it's literally doubling what you have to pay in a month. Your property tax doubles what you have to pay in the month in that price range. So we are doing a double whammy on our housing situation by doing it like this. And in fact, not only do in some towns that have more than half of their land in current use are people paying more to subsidize this current use tax break for the wealthy than they're paying in education. But it's so bad that in some of these towns, even the people who get current use, those small mom and pop farms, those sustainable farms that are getting some current use, but they're not the 3,000 acre plots. And I that's an actual example of someone with 3,000 acres in current use. They're not those, they just have 20 acres or so. They're still paying more in property tax on the little bit of their land that they pay the property tax on than if there was no current use at all. That's obscene. We've taken a sledgehammer to this whole system without thinking it through. And there's a reason that happened that way, because when current use was adopted, first of all, it was unconstitutional in the beginning. It was an unfunded mandate on the towns. If you tried to pass it now, it'd be an unfunded mandate on the towns. So then they had to go back and pass a constitutional amendment to make it constitutional. Then they passed current use, but the reason they passed current use, which was a good point. Like, yeah, we want land in conservation. We want open space. But there was no zoning at that time. This was the 70s. We had no zoning. Now we have zoning, and it doesn't cost anyone anything. It doesn't increase. You can make, there's impacts to the town for zoning, but it doesn't directly increase your property tax as a poor person living in that town. So now we have zoning. Now we have conservation easements that trusts can get on your land. So why are we still using this sledgehammer in this way? And I want to be clear, I'm not getting rid of current use. I'm tailoring it and making it more of a scalpel. So we're in this upside down situation where the poorest subsidize the richest, who are often, by the way, profiting a lot off of these. They have very profitable farms or canned hunting preserves that make 6-7 figure income, and we're still giving them the tax break. So we're subsidizing the tax break for the wealthiest, who are in some cases making quite a bit of profit, who also are not required to not put their pesticides into the water, are not required to not put their fertilizers and their nitrogens into the watershed, are not required to do invasive species management, who are not required to use sustainable forestry techniques instead of clear cutting. We're not doing any of the conservation things that we're paying them thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to supposedly conserve. We are just paying them to not do anything that we need as the public with that land. I think we have to get something for our money. So if we can't get the housing, or if it doesn't make sense to get the housing, or if it makes sense to conserve, then we need to get something. And what I would like to see is that original vision I talked about. I would like to see a current use plan that helps small farms, sustainable farms, green farms that don't put their poisons into the water, don't pollute, that don't clear cut. And I would like to see actual conservation efforts on actual valued conservation land. I think that is a good use of a current use tool. So what I've done in this bill, and this is, you can treat this as me spitballing. What I've done is I've limited how many plots a person can have a tax break on, because I don't think anyone should be just hoarding land in all parts of the state. We have a situation where a single billionaire could buy up all of the open space in this whole state and basically pay no taxes on it. So you get one plot. I also have limited how many acres you can get, with more acres in rural areas and decreasing as you get into suburban and then urban areas. If it's in urban areas, I add the additional requirement of recreational access, because if you're in an urban area, people need the recreational access. Again, we need to get something for our money. Some public good has to come out of all the public money that is being shifted onto the poorest. I also limit the amount of profit, not saying you can't profit, but you can't profit more than what would be usual. Because if you're profiting, then you can pay the taxes, and you shouldn't. If you can pay the taxes, while it sounds better to not pay the taxes, even if you can, the point is someone else is paying your taxes. It's not decreasing the town's operating budget, right? So if you can pay your taxes and stop making people who make less than you pay your taxes for you. And if you pass all this and you find a plot of land that works, then you do in fact have to do invasive species management. You do in fact have to use sustainable techniques if you're going to go into forestry. You do in fact have to not put out pesticides, not put out nitrogen into the watershed, and not import invasive species and use them in a canned hunting preserve where they can become invasive and escape, as has actually happened. But if you're not going to do that, then let's have some housing. The housing that we desperately need. We need to get something for our money. Now, look, I understand this is a third rail. It's a third rail even amongst my conservation friends who I've worked with for years and years, who I think many of them have just accepted it as a way of life, that this blanket sledgehammer current use tool is just the only way we do things. It's how we do it. And I don't think they've maybe thought of different ways to do things that get at the point, but I'm hoping that they can be open. I also understand it's a third rail amongst the people behind me who would stand to pay a heck of a lot more in taxes. And just remember, as they're coming at me, and they will come at me about this bill, that they are in fact standing to pay a lot more
The
in taxes.
witness shall suspend.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Reed, we do not ascribe motive or predict what somebody will provide before this committee in public testimony. Just
Point
keep
well
it-
taken,
keep it
Madam Chair.
narrow.
Point well taken, Madam Chair. For those people who might argue against this, I encourage you to question whether their motivation might be motivated by the fact that they would be paying a lot more in taxes. But who is paying their taxes now? Who is paying their taxes now? And are we getting the housing we need? And if we were not, are we getting the conservation that we actually need? And so I put this in because I want you to look at the issue. People have not looked at the issue in depth in this way. To my research, this is something that people don't like to question and get a lot of heat if they do question. So I'm putting this in as a conversation starter. There are ideas for amendments to this. If you wanted different ideas in terms of requirements, or you wanted to change the numbers, they're largely arbitrary. There's also an idea for an amendment to change current use to a flat 25% discount. Instead of going off after assessment and how much income producing land and what, all of that math, it's just 25% discount. There's also an amendment or an idea for an amendment rather to just make it so it's opt out town by town. We would have to do that constitutionally if they hadn't passed the constitutional amendment. So allow the towns to decide whether or not they want to opt out. Local control, right? And then the last thing, amendment, and I believe if Rep. Wheeler is in the room, he has the copies and can distribute them. Oh, you did? Okay. Is just to make this a study committee. I hope that you've listened to me and realized that there are some issues that need to be thought about this. And I'm not suggesting that I'm the world's expert on current use and how it needs to be done, but I'm raising the question that people need to look into it and do it in a way that's more equitable, in a way that really gets to the conservation we need and yet allows us to build the housing we need. And with that, I'm happy to try to take questions, Madam Chair. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Representative Reed. Are there questions for the prime sponsor. Representative Walker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Current use, yes, gives you the tax break, but if you ever take out land from current use, you pay a heavy price. There is the current use tax goes into effect on the landowner, so you pay a good portion of that tax back to the community. Did you know that?
I did indeed. Like I said, I was looking for land to buy a farm for a long time, and part of that was the fact that I would have to have current use to do that. I would like a system that rewards me as a small purchaser of land to make a sustainable farm more than someone who has 5,000 acres who is able to clear cut, who is able to have, I mean, it's whatever the plan was when you submitted the plan. You can't change the plan, but you are allowed to do agriculture. So yes, I was aware and I understood how it worked because it was something that I was hoping to use myself, but the market has changed.
Follow up?
Yes, follow up.
I noticed in the bill you're limiting one lot of 40 acres. What happens to the landowners that own 100 acres, 200 acres now? How do you reconcile that?
They would have to pay their taxes.
So in other words, you're just, well, okay, thank you.
If they have 40 in current use, then they would, and they have 150 total, they would then have to pay the property tax like the rest of the residents of the town on the other 110.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Jack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for appearing. Following up on what Rep. Walker just asked you, if I happen to be non-conforming with respect to Section 1, am I correct in understanding not only do I lose the current use assessment for the following year, I have to pay the taking out of current use penalty on everything else that I own?
So that is not addressed in this bill, but it may be how the bill fits into current law that's not printed out in this bill that would actually still apply. But I want to remind really everyone that this is my spitball. This is me saying this is something like what we could do, but I'm not professing to be the expert. And that's why perhaps maybe a study committee might be in order. Having said that, I don't know that I necessarily, are you saying because you don't want to penalize people just because we changed the law is basically what you're getting at? I'm just trying to understand the question.
Could you ask a question based on what you just said?
The restrictions in Section 1 say what I am limited to. If by some chance I already own property that exceeds that limitation, what is the effect in the tax year following the enactment of this? Do I then, I have to pay the taxes on the regular assessment as opposed to current use? And then do I also have to pay the penalty for taking the other land out of current use?
So, thank you for clarifying. So essentially, as I'm understanding your question, it's you don't want to penalize people simply because we changed the law. As I understand it, so it's not in this bill, but in other segments of the law, if you violate your plan, if you change the plan that you submitted, then that would trigger the penalty. I understand the law to mean that because a change in the law would not mean that you changed your plan, that would not trigger a penalty. However, it would trigger the taxation that this law is indicating. So not an extra penalty for changing your current use plan or going outside of your current use plan, but you would be paying more in taxes because that's kind of the point of this.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So just to follow on to the prior question, how much time would they have to pay their back taxes? Is it stated in there?
So I don't think it's back taxes. As I said, my current understanding of the law is that if you violate your own current use plan that you've submitted, that is what triggers the back taxes. However, I mean, it's largely immaterial, right? Because it doesn't get to the point. The point is there's something that needs to be done. If you all just loved all the language in this bill, which I would be shocked, and just said, oh, we want to make sure we don't penalize anyone because we changed the law with back taxes, then you could do that. My point is to get you all to think more critically and more creatively about how we do current use.
Further questions? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I actually have a question of you. A process
State your question.
Are we going to be discussing the amendments that have been addressed or sent out to us? We received one today.
That would be up to the, that would be up to the prime sponsor and the members' names that are on that amendment.
Thank you.
If I may insert, I believe Rep. Wheeler may testify and suggest at least one of the amendments, and there may be other amendments suggested by other speakers.
Further questions? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for taking my question. So just so I'm crystal clear, you're looking for, I guess you're looking for one or the other. Let's either make sure the current use is following best practices for the simple term, or let's use that land for its highest and best value. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. The way I would put it, because I care more about people than money, is I wouldn't say let's use it for highest and best value. I would say let's use it to make sure people have homes. But I understand that those are legally one and the same.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. So at this time, I have a significant stack of pink cards in my hand. So we're going to, because we are behind schedule, we are going to need to limit in-person public testimony to 2 minutes. If you have additional remarks or information you would like to share with the committee, please feel free to communicate that to the committee either by email or by uploading that information via the GenCourt portal. So at this time, the chair recognizes Representative Wheeler. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, Chair Power and Ranking Member Stavis and friends and colleagues on the House Municipal and Government Committee. I will be as brief as I can testifying to one of the amendments. I signed on to this legislation as a co-sponsor because I've had many constituents across the state come to me to testify about the ridiculous and largely arbitrary rates that some very large properties are getting in our state at a time where people's property tax rate at a municipal level is going out the wazoo, taxing them out of their homes. And so I'd like to testify in support of the amendment which commissions a study committee which would take this issue and intake all of the different testimony, such as what we'll hear from property owners in opposition to the bill, what we just heard from Representative Reed in support of it, and try to come up with a different statutory makeup for what is, I think, an important program in this state protecting agricultural and other currently used land. So I believe in this program. I believe in the people who will testify in opposition and what they're using their properties for in many cases. But I also think that people are exploiting this system. And I think the legislature should find a way in some form or fashion to close those gaps and to end the exploitation of what should be a really reasonable and well-used system. Totally recognize that this legislature, under the direction of Speaker Packard, wants to reduce as best as possible, I should say, the commissioning of these study committees and other different types of legislative commissions. But I would remind the committee that the impetus for doing so is because people don't want to attend those study committees and commissions. This is an issue which I am positive, given the fact that I've spoken to people on all sides of the aisle, that we will be able to find the membership to attend for, and they will be meeting regularly to hone in on this issue. So no, this original bill is a huge bite at an apple that is, I think, a little too big to bite in one bite. But the issue of trying to make it so that we have a fair and current use system with statutes that are modern and working, I think that a study committee going over those statutes would be appropriate and would be one of the few study committees that I would support here in this term of the legislature. So I don't know if that was 2 minutes, but I did my best, Representative Power. Thank you.
I think you hit it right on the nose there.
Oh, there you go. That's right.
Okay, are there questions for Representative Wheeler? The chair recognizes Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Representative. Do you happen to know how many other states use our current use system?
I believe it is none. And I, take that with a grain of salt, but I believe that New Hampshire is unique in the way that it uses its current use statutes. And I think that other states look at us a little bit, really? They're doing that way? So that's what I would say to that.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for supporting my question earlier. I asked the chairwoman why, if we were going to talk about this amendment, because my question is on the makeup of the committee. Excuse me. The Department of Revenue Administration and the current use board are not represented, and I can understand why you might do that, but I wonder if they should be.
So on a study committee, the legislators are the only ones who are allowed to attend a study committee. A commission, if we were to set up a commission, then they could attend those. I think Representative Reed and myself would be hesitant to move forward on a commission for the exact same reasons why the speaker has been hesitant to move forward on study committees.
Thank you.
It's hard to get people who have other jobs to come to a commission. But on the legislative study committee, I would hope that both the DRA and the current use board would come.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This committee has another bill before it that deals with land value taxation. And I'm wondering if the sponsor would be willing / interested in creating a study commission that looks at both issues as one big issue.
Well, I would absolutely be. I mean, I was someone who liked to study economics on my sort of side time in high school. Land value tax was one of those taxes that brought distributists and all these different people together. So I would love to study that as a part of the current use issue, and I think the two are in tandem. I mean, I would defer to the prime sponsor of this legislation, but my answer to that would be absolutely.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Klamarzik. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you. My name is Ron Klamarzik. I'm a consultant forester. I live in Kentucky, New Hampshire. I'm part owner of a consultant company that has 3 other employees. I've been managing private lands and public lands, a lot of town and city forests since 1981. Grew up in Exeter. And current use has been a savior to the state as far as keeping its rural, desirable character. However, it's not a conservation easement. Land that's under current use can come out of current use. Two of my clients are town of Bedford, town of Salem. Pretty much there's very little open space land left in those towns. It's either town forest or wetland that cannot be developed. But when I first started out in this business, there was a lot of open space in those 2 towns. So the demand for housing does eventually eat up land under current use. Now, a forest land does not demand any town services. It provides a place for wildlife habitat, recreation, and a source of forest products. And unless there's a brush fire, there's really no need for the town to do anything with that. It's the people that demand the town's services, whether it's students in schools, elderly, or the rich people. It's the population that determines the need for town services. So, if a poor person or a wealthy person, if you're looking for equitable taxes, then we're talking income tax, which I know don't want to mention that in the public hearings, but by claiming that land is causing this inequity to the tax base is not true. It's the people that are the ones that are demanding services. Also, land in current use. I do not own any property other than a house lot in Kentucky, But a lot of my larger clients frequently harvest their properties and pay a timber tax. So there is additional tax there that most people living in apartments would never have to pay. And I had a client that I picked up in 1981, have been managing the land since then, over 40 years. And he recently passed away, and his daughters inherited the property. This is, leaving the best timber for the last harvest. And one of the daughters lives out of state, had no desire to hang on to the property, and sold most of the lots. And now there's being houses built on them. The town's getting a little bit of open space from those developments, but the reason we have a housing crisis is not brought on by current use. It's because of the fad for make mansions, and now those people are trying to downsize just as their kids are trying to buy a small place, and no one can afford anything. The price of materials gone up because of tariffs and stuff. There's a lot of different reasons why we have a housing crisis, and current use, I do not believe, is one of them. That's all I have to say, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klamarzik. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes.
Questions for Mr. Klamarzik? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Keith. Or is that, did I say that right? Yeah, Bradford Keith. I wasn't sure if I was deciphering that last name correctly. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government. I see that you put down 20 minutes.
Well,
Let's chop off that 0.
okay. Thank you very much for hearing me today. I will introduce myself as someone who's been actively challenging, let's say, this current use law for over 15 years now. And I sent an email to everyone on this committee, including a study of the current use impact in the town of Orford. And I can go over, I try and cut myself short here by saying that I don't need to go over those details because they're pretty much in my email. If everyone would be kind enough to read that. I would like to make a couple of comments on things that I have heard here. And the one thing that has always been consistent is that the current use folks always claim that current use land does not cost municipalities. And while that is true, what does cost municipalities is the current use law. The law transfers the tax, not the land, it's the law. And so because of that law, we have significant transfer of property tax from large landowners onto everyday taxpayers in the town. There are issues with the whole funding scheme of the tax law. And in that report that I referred to, you will see that each is against itself because the tax and the shift happens all in one town. So if you have a small piece of land in current use in the town of Orford, you get a little discount because of your current use benefit. But you must pay the big shift in taxes that everybody else has to pay. So whenever property or taxes are shifted, what it does, and particularly with property value, it raises the tax rate. In the town of Orford, the tax rate is inflated by 20% because 92% of the land is in current use. And those current use discounts that are basically provided by the current use board are now 97% of the market value of that land. And so we can't afford to have 2% taxes on 92% of the land. Something has to be done about that. So it was mentioned earlier that we could have an amendment that would take this whole idea of assessment and these models and all the forestry zones and agricultural zones and do away with all that, because what it's doing is it's confusing everybody, and I'll include the property owners as well as all the legislators that I've met over the years. Nobody has a full understanding of how this law works. And so to make it simple, to just have a 20%, 25% discount across the board for land that is enrolled in current use would be very simple, and you would use the assessors that are working every day in our towns anyhow. Take their number, reduce it by 25%, and that's the assessed value of the current use land, rather than a 97% discount. And that might make current use a little bit more affordable, and unlike all the things that Ellen has put forward here, it wouldn't change the current use law with all regards to what qualifies, what doesn't qualify, doesn't take land that's already in current use out of current use, and what do we do with the penalty? Speaking to the penalty, I would tell you that because these discounts are so large and the tax savings are so large, it only takes 3 years to accumulate enough tax savings to pay your land use change tax. Anything you hold that land over 3 years, you're saving money for you and your family and your grandchildren. This is why families do this. In the town of Orford, as you'll see in that report that I sent, the top 12 property owners get 65% of the current use credits in the town. 12 property owners out of 196. The majority, so not a majority, but 39% of the current use landowners in the town of Orford pay more for current use in the town of Orford than they receive in benefits. It's backwards. There's something wrong there. Everybody should benefit if they're going to benefit from it. But because these large landowners, and the largest landowner in Orford transfers over $100,000 of property tax with 36 properties. And so that speaks to this whole land baron concept of people taking advantage of the current use law.
Mr. Keith,
Time's up.
yes.
All right.
Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Questions for Mr. Keith? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. and Mrs. Christenton. You filled out the card jointly, so I will recognize you jointly. But that means that you still only have 2 minutes. So good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Christenton. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
This opportunity to speak.
Do
I'll
I,
let my wife speak for me.
do I press the button to get rid of the red?
Yes.
I got a red light. Okay,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
your mic was on and mine was off. And I was
Pardon?
trying, your mic was on and mine was off, and I
Oh,
was trying to speak.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we're all set now.
I'd like to thank you for taking our testimony on House Bill 1691. My husband Tom and I own and operate a certified tree farm of 700 acres in the town of Lineborough and Greenfield. Our ownership began in 1972 when we acquired our first 78 acres. I do have to just add something really quick. When Tom and I got married in college, we had $5 between us when we started our first semester as married life. We put this together for years, one piece after time. We are opposed for the reasons that it will have a devastating negative effect on our ownership of our 700-acre tree farm in Lineborough and Greenfield. We've made management decisions along with our forester for the last 54 years and been recognized numerous times for the quality of our tree farm work. This bill takes the management decisions away from us and gives them to the state. We have no idea what they'll require in their forest management plan, which we would be required to follow if the bill passes. We have paid our forester in 2025 to update our forest management plan, which is also a requirement to remain in current use program under forest management. This plan is 107 pages long and has to be updated every 10 years in order for us to remain in the recreation category in which we allow public access to our tree farm. We have people who hike our tree farm every single day. We have hunters who come every year. We've become friends with them. There are thousands of acres of land in New Hampshire that participate in this program, and it supports all of the recreational opportunities in the state for the public. This bill also applies to agricultural land throughout the state, many of which have been following their farm plans for decades, approved by the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service in cooperation with the county conservation districts and the UNH Cooperative Extension. The current law, RSA 79-A, supports these plans and also supports the continued use of our farm and forest lands throughout the state. This bill would destroy a working relationship which has been directly benefited by the existing current use program, which has withstood this test of time as a result of a constitutional amendment, which has been recognized as the most important conservation program for maintaining open space for over 50 years. The existing current use program supports why New Hampshire tourism, the second largest revenue generating industry, helps maintain the outstanding beautiful of our wonderful state. In support, I hope that your committee will kill this bill. And yes, we will take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Your management plan, when they do that every 10 years, do they look for deficiencies and make recommendations to cure them?
Yes, yes. And I can tell you also in terms of like invasives, we have foresters who will come to our tree farm and they say, I can't believe how few invasives you have. Because in our plan, if I find an invasive, it's dead. I go out and kill it. But yes, they come and look at the deficiencies. We just had a bird survey last year. We had a clear cut done, actually two different. They're called early successional habitat. And one had been growing for like 10 or 12 years, and the other one has been growing for only about 3 or 4. And the bird habitat in our when we had them come and do it, they were very impressed with how these had done in terms of the birds. And if we had just a forest, they found that the birds that fledge in the heavy forest will fly to the open areas. And over the years, we've put in open areas in various different places as part of our management plan because we only had forest when we bought the different pieces. And we have a lot more wildlife now just because of what we've done on the land. But yes, it does do any deficiencies. I have wildlife openings. We've had people come for workshops. One forester said, I've seen pollinator habitat before, but nothing like this.
And one thing to remember, our land in current use.
Could you use the mic? Speak to the mic. Just slide it over.
One thing to remember, every acre of current use land supports itself. If it was in houses, that would be an expense to the community. Current use actually pays its way.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming today and taking my question. It's a hypothetical question. You have 700 acres. If somebody were to come to you and say, you know, we could take 10 of those acres and build 10 houses in a cottage-style development that would house 10 families, would you think of that as a good thing?
Well, if it came out of current use, we'd pay the penalty, and then they build the houses, then the tax revenue from the houses wouldn't support the actual cost of the houses. Every development costs money. It doesn't save the town money. If all the land in Limeboro were in current use land, there wouldn't be any taxes because nobody lived there, okay? It's because land is protected through current use that we can still live there and have our farms and forest land. If this bill were to pass, it would devastate farms and tree farms and farmland in the state. Everybody would start selling out. Then we have an explosion. It'd be like Massachusetts.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing us to take the testimony. Do I press the red button now?
Yes. At this time, the chair recognizes Mr. Thompson. Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Thompson, and I am from Orford. I will try to, I sent a letter around that I prepared. I'll read some of it, and hopefully you'll read the rest of it. I represent the Thompson Family Tree Farm, and we do own 2,400 acres of forest land in both Orford and Wentworth, New Hampshire. I have owned forest land in New Hampshire for over 68 years. We manage our forest land as a certified tree farm, practice sustainable forestry. We open and share our land with the public and the state of New Hampshire for hunting, hiking, snowmobiling, to name a few. Like many other forest landowners, we do it without receiving any compensation. We do it because we want to share it with others. I am here today to ask that you kill House Bill 1691. It's one of the worst bills I have read in a long time. I give you a little history of current use. Back in the 1960s, in the southern part of the state, the farmland and forest land was completely bought up and developed in strip malls. And there was a campaign that was put together to come up with a constitutional amendment, which it did. It took 6 years to do that before it was passed in the legislature and signed into law in 1973. And with that, there is a declaration of public interest, which I won't read to you, as it is in my letter, which I encourage you to read, because this is what current use is all about. A strength of New Hampshire current use law is encouraged, not requires. It does not require management practices on open space lands, in addition to eliminating the preservation of open space by zone or area. House Bill 1691 qualifications criteria, such as chemical fertilizers, pesticides, practices of clear cutting, are inconsistent with the intent of the law. In full disclosure, I have ag and forest land in current use, and I serve on the current use board in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is one of the first states to pass the current use law, and many states copied that. New Hampshire was one of the first. Vermont has it, and many, many others have copied our system. Because of that, the industries in the state of New Hampshire, such as tourism, forestry, recreation, agriculture, and hunting and fishing, which brings in billions and billions of dollars to this state every year. If this ridiculous bill were to pass, it would destroy those industries. Lastly, House Bill 6119 also takes away our property rights. What you would be telling me is, for this bill, that I would only be able to have one lot and 40 acres maximum. We open and share our land with the general public. Snowmobiling alone brings into this state $850 million. Hunting and fishing, recreation of all kinds, cross-country skiing, etc. I believe what our governor said when she ran for her office. New Hampshire, if this were to pass, New Hampshire would look like Massachusetts. We did that, and tourism is the second largest industry in the state of New Hampshire. And most of them are coming from where? Massachusetts. If this state looked like Massachusetts, they wouldn't have any reason to come here. So, as our good governor said, let's don't mass up New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes.
Questions for Mr. Thompson. The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you own a tree farm that you're sustainably foresting, and you are paying a timber tax. Is that correct?
We have paid thousands upon thousands of dollars of timber tax over the years.
May I do a quick follow-up?
Yes, you may.
And your timber tax goes to your local municipality, correct?
It goes to the town in which the timber was cutted.
Thank you.
Further questions? Chair recognizes Representative Frocht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thompson, thank you for coming this afternoon to testify. I'm wondering, one of the previous witnesses stated, I believe, that New Hampshire administers or interprets its current use laws differently than other states. Since you were tree farming when the current use law was originally passed, I'm wondering if you are knowledgeable enough to outline some of the differences between the way New Hampshire's current use law is and some of the other states that also have current use laws.
I'm familiar with Vermont. Vermont has very similar, they have a little bit higher threshold as far as number of acres to put in. The current use penalty is I believe, right about the same as New Hampshire is. But Vermont copied a lot of what New Hampshire did, and a lot of property in the state of Vermont is in current use. And they also have a lot of folks that come from Massachusetts or New York to enjoy the rural area of Vermont.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Guthrie is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, sir. Would you tell me, do you think that this law, if passed, would result in the selling off of current use property to build more homes?
Well, it would probably have a negative impact for many folks, and they would be selling off part of their land for sure. I can tell you that we have property that is in a very remote area. A lot of the forest land in the state of New Hampshire is up on the mountain hillside with no road system. I mean, we built a 3-mile road system into one particular property, which is 1,060 acres, which we allow snowmobiling on. We allow all kinds of recreation on. We don't get a nickel for that. We do all kinds of tours on our tree farm because we believe in showing people what good forestry is and conservation is. We've had them from all over the world.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you all for serving.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Stock. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you. I think I put on my card less than 2 minutes, so I'm going to stick to it. I'm not going to repeat what you heard from Tom and Ginny and Tom Thompson. I think they did a great job kind of giving you a picture of kind of the current use piece as it relates to forest land. But a couple things I did want to point out is current use is a means of assessing property. You're assessing it at its productive capability. It is not a tax break. It is just a different way of assessing. And it's not just open space. There are other ways. When I speak to the folks at DRA, their current use assessment is used for other forms of property, some industrial utility type properties. You're just assessing it on its productive capability. So to characterize it as a tax break for wealthy landowners is just erroneous. It is a statewide program, and there's a reason why. Again, as I mentioned earlier this morning, people have properties in different towns. We don't want to create this patchwork and disparity of tax rates between towns. I could go through the laundry list of issues with this bill. Some of it seems rather arbitrary, some of the percentages. I won't go there, but I will say is that there's a reason current use, and why you hear the testimony that you hear today, of all the conservation type programs out there, current use is the #1 program that keeps open space open. And as you heard earlier, because it's in current use, does not preclude it from being ever used for property, for housing or any other use, as you heard Mr. Klamarczyk say in his instance. So I'll conclude my testimony at that point, try to stay under my two-minute limit, and I'll try to answer any questions. But I would urge you, this bill needs to be found ITL, and if anyone has a question about current use and how it works, I would suggest attending a current use board meeting. They meet pretty regularly. They talk about the assessment model, how it works, folks figuring out what's a good, quote, tax break for us. There's a science and accounting practice that goes into developing these assessment rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Representative Harvey is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my questions. I've been to the Timberland annual meeting many times. Can you please tell me, land that's in current use, does it also have to have recreational use, or are the two completely different?
Great question. So land in current use, and again, current use is all about open space. You can, as you heard earlier, a lot of current use land is open for recreation. The way the law is written, there's an additional incentive that was developed that if you wish to maintain your land as open for recreation, you can receive an additional incentive for that. A lot of landowners don't. But you can post current use land if you chose. And so that is it. That is always an option for the property owner, is posting is an option.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Levesque. Good afternoon, Mr. Levesque. Welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll try to be brief as the time is late, I understand. So I'm representing an organization called SPACE, the Statewide Program of Action to Conserve Our Environment. I'm the chair of the board of that. The letter that's going around lists the board members of SPACE, and SPACE was the advocacy organization back in the 1960s that encouraged the constitutional amendment that passed in 1968, which allowed the current use law, to be passed by the General Court in 1973. So SPACE has been around since the beginning. SPACE is made up of all the folks you've heard here today, all those who are in support of current use. We've had one mission, and that is to keep current use strong because it is an essential public policy in New Hampshire that keeps the fabric of the state as it is. So we're obviously opposed to this bill. I just had a couple things I wanted to share. As the bill is written, it essentially would dismantle current use as we know it in New Hampshire. Current use currently has about 3 million acres covering the state, from about 42,000 different landowners. It's unknown how many of those landowners would get kicked out of the program if this bill were to pass as it's written. It's just not known. It's a very convoluted formula that's in this. And most importantly, there's nothing in the bill, this has been alluded to but hasn't been stated directly, but Any landowner that would get kicked out of the program if this bill were to pass, the town would lose the land use change tax revenue that normally it would get if the land is changed in use. So that is easily millions of dollars. I would guess tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars that would be lost because the land use change tax would not be applied in those situations for landowners who've been in the program for many, many years. So there's a huge gap in how this bill is written as a result of that. One more important point is simply that there's a big fallacy that I've heard several times during this hearing. And the fallacy is this. The assumption is if land wasn't in current use and paid its full fair share of taxes, that those lands would yield a net revenue to the community. For instance, if they were developed as housing, as commercial land for commercial structures and businesses, that the town would be better off having that land developed than it would in current use. That is not true. We have dozens of studies that have been done in New Hampshire and around the country. They're called cost of community services studies, and they prove that that's not true, that land in current use, land that's open and not developed, does not require hardly any services, and as a result, the towns benefit from the more land in current use. So that's a big fallacy. If you want to get copies of these studies, we have them. We can give them to you. I didn't bring them here today, but just understand that land in current use does in fact pay its way at the reduced assessment simply because it doesn't require services. And it's been stated a couple times, but it's an extremely important point. Final point, the requirements in this bill would essentially hamstring every community in New Hampshire trying to figure out who gets to stay in current use, who gets kicked out as a result of these zoning requirements in the early part of the bill. So that's an administrative nightmare and cost for every community in the state. And I'm sure we don't want to impose that on communities in the state. And I have some other points in my written testimony, but I know you want us to keep it short, and I'll leave it at that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. LeVake? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And the last pink card that I have in my hand here is Mr. Leahy. Good afternoon, Mr. Leahy. Welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the record, I'm Matt Leahy. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forest, and we oppose this legislation also. And just as disclosure, the Forest Society owns about 70,000 acres of mostly forested land all over New Hampshire. We do pay into the current use rate in the different communities. I'll just make a few quick points. In our testimony references a open space report that a coalition of organizations here in New Hampshire commissioned a couple of years ago or a year ago, which does quantify and highlight the benefits of open space to our state. And I think that the main takeaway, and I'll be happy to send that report to the committee if you'd like to see it, but the main takeaway from that is open space is not a burden or a luxury in our state. It actually has real tangible economic benefits, ecological benefits, outdoor recreation and all that. So it is important. It kind of goes to the essence of our state, I think. Secondly, and the bill does seem to infer that current use is a drag or an obstacle to growth in our state. And if you actually look at since current use was enacted back in 1973, the population growth in our state, 70s, 80s, 1990s, into the 2000s, New Hampshire was always viewed as one of the fastest growing states in our country. But that was as current use was in place. So we don't view current use as a drag on our state's economy or growth. And also, several years ago, the Forest Society, the New Hampshire Farm Bureau, Space, and the Timberland Owners commissioned a survey of current use just to get some information about current use landowners, why they are enrolled, their thoughts on the program. And again, I can send this whole survey to the committee if you'd like to see it, but it does talk about this notion of this perception that current use is a tax shelter for the wealthy. And actually, the survey we did showed that I believe about 51% of current use landowners have total household income under $125,000. That's not super wealthy by any means. But again, I can send that full report to you if you'd like to see it. But I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Leahy? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
And the last pink card that just came in, the chair recognizes the Honorable Josh Yokella. Good afternoon, Mr. Yokella, and welcome back to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. It's good to see many of you again. My interest in land use has been pretty much since I moved to New Hampshire. I served on the current use board with a lot of the people that just testified, except for the lobbyists. I am passing around some information that is readily available on the DOR website, which includes the assessment ranges for the current use within the current use program, and also the percentages of each town's utilization of this program. And you can see that, as was previously stated, about 3 million acres in New Hampshire is put into current use, and that is about 52% of the total land area of New Hampshire. It's also been mentioned that there is no local control on whether or not they want to municipalities want to participate or not. This was kind of forced on municipalities by the legislature. And also, in the research that I did to prepare for this hearing, I went to a town up north that I thought would have kind of lower property values, and I looked for a property value assessment in happened to be Freedom, New Hampshire, of a 1 acre property that was on a dirt road, that had no building, it was just land. That assessed value of that 1 acre was over $100,000. And so if you're paying your taxes, right, you're paying, let's say, $10 per thousand. So that person is paying a significant amount of money for that 1 acre that has a dirt road, has essentially no services, but is still paying a decent amount of taxes. So $110,000 for that 1 acre. If that same acreage was in current use, as you can see in these assessment ranges, everything is below 1,000. The top, the prime, the best acre that you could possibly have in current use is going to be assessed. None of them come even close to $1,000. And so that disparity between that that 1 acre that is assessed at over $100,000 versus under $1,000, that tax, those lands are doing the same thing, right? Has no building on it. It's not producing, as people previously said, it's not costing the town any money, right? But it's just not getting the benefit, that property was not getting the benefit of current use, and so was paying the full amount of the value of that land. And so I just wanted to provide this information to the committee for the idea, as been previously stated, that the legislature is incentivizing, right? They're incentivizing this open space, whether it be forest, whether it be just pasture land, whether it be farms, whether it be wetlands, whether it be conservation lands. Not how much of the land does the legislature want to give this tax benefit to, right?
Representative Yokela.
And so that's kind of my my thought that I wanted to pose to this committee, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Questions for, did I say Representative Yokela? Oh,
Honorable. You said Mr. You said
Oh, okay.
honorable. It's all fine.
Questions for the Honorable Josh Yokela? Well, I apologize if I said representative.
You did. It's fine.
Okay. Questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
So that represents my last pink card. And at this time, I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair will recognize Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the in-room blue sheet, we have one in support and 12 opposed. And the remote testimony has 16 in support and 467 opposed.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1691. What's that? Representative Perez, I haven't opened the hearing and nor have I acknowledged you. At this time, the chair will open the public hearing on House Bill 1214 relative to public libraries, and the chair recognizes the prime sponsor, Representative Perez, to introduce her bill to us today. Good afternoon, Representative Perez. The chair apologizes for being behind schedule, and welcome to municipal and county government.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman and federal committee members. Thank you for allowing me to present to you House Bill 1214. This bill allows a municipality governing body to assume governance of a public library. This bill states that a municipality may, according to the provisions of RSA 39:3, elect to have the municipality's governing body assume control of the governance of the library. If a municipality's governing body assumes control of the public library, the library trustees shall serve as an advisory role to the governing body. It is important to note that RSA 39:3 is the key factor here, which gives the right to the voter to make the decision and not to the municipality itself. Chapter 39:3 states, quote, upon the written application of 25 or more registered voters, or 2% of the registered voters in a town, whichever is less, although in no event shall fewer than 10 voters be sufficient, presented to the selectmen or one of them not later than the 5th Tuesday before the day prescribed for annual meeting, the selectmen shall insert in their warrant there for such meeting the petitioned article with only such minor textual changes as may be required. This is a very key factor in this bill, and one that I believe many that oppose this bill may not be aware of. The change may only be made by the voters. Let me give a little history about the trustees' form of government. Libraries in New Hampshire began to be run by trustees in the late 19th century. The New Hampshire Library Association was founded in 1889, and the library trustees first met on September 12, 1890. Additionally, the New Hampshire State Legislature passed law in 1849 that allowed towns to establish and maintain their own libraries, marking a significant step in the governance of libraries in this state. That was 177 years ago, when libraries were perhaps in the corner of a town hall or the local church. Libraries are very different now, and we have been fortunate to have them grow to be the cornerstone of many New Hampshire towns. We presently have 236 public libraries, and they are not all the same. In a statement given to me by Representative Dan McGuire, quote, "We frequently give towns a lot of options on how they organize themselves, how many selectmen, whether they have to elect or appoint certain boards, SB2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is another option for libraries that some might find useful. It can help very small communities where they have a hard time finding people to be library trustees. It can help very large communities where the library trustees may not be as management savvy as the selectmen in running a large organization with the accounting, HR, maintenance challenges." In recent letter received from a town manager in a town with just over 11,000 residents, concerns were raised about protecting taxpayers from unnecessary legal exposure, financial overruns, and operational instability. The absence of consistent professional oversight can result in precisely the types of risks that the town manager is statutorily responsible for within the supervision of the selectmen. Keeping in mind that the library trustees are part-time volunteers and not required to have expertise in municipal law, personnel administration, labor compliance, or public finance, a genuine concern among some organizations. I was asked to craft this bill by both large organizations and small organizations. Some smaller libraries in smaller towns are having difficulty in finding individuals to run for their trustee boards, leaving less oversight. Some larger organizations have become overwhelmed with what it takes to effectively manage a large organization with multiple employees. Often, trustees may not have the expertise needed to run these organizations, and much of the burden falls upon the head librarian who needs to manage the everyday operations and staff. These larger organizations require human resource knowledge, finance expertise, and ongoing maintenance of the library itself, along with the supervision of its day-to-day operations and employees. That can be a lot. I would like to make it very clear that this is not political and has no political intent at all. If anything, it is meant to help those libraries that may find this necessary to continue to be effective and remain strong in every community in this state. I respectfully ask you to move HB 1214 to off to pass and allow towns the help they might want or need with decision being made by their voters. I have copies of my testimony. I have copies of the letter from the town manager and copies of RSA 39-3. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Perez. Questions for the prime sponsor? Chair recognizes Representative Guthrie for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just so you know the lay of the land, I happen to be one of those selectmen, and I'm also liaison to the library trustees. And isn't it so that the library trustees, in most, if not all, are a policy-making board, and that they really do not get involved that much in the day-to-day running of the library? That falls to the librarian, who is a professional?
Thank you for the question. That is my understanding. But unfortunately, what happens sometimes, there's the budget making process, the hiring process, the raise process, the review process, that type of thing falls to, in many towns, falls to the library trustees. Or in larger towns that may perhaps have 17, 18, 19 employees, it's a lot to have the head librarian be solely responsible for the HR and the finance.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Would you believe you said this was not political? And I want to thank you so much for using the word may. I love that word.
I do too.
So I just want to let you know at least that if I'm in a town of 9,000 people, Hampstead. They have a library and picked out to be the best library in the state a couple of years ago.
Congratulations.
And you know, if I brought this to my constituents, they'd run me out of town. Thank you.
And I understand that, but that's why your town may not need this.
Well, I understand it. This is really for the large towns, and you make a case
Representative
for that, and the
Guthrie.
smaller towns for that. And isn't that
Representative
I'm sorry.
Guthrie.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Should have asked.
It's
for another-
important to maintain order in committee hearings, and I would ask that you would ask for a follow-up, and I would also remind the prime sponsor that this is not a conversation.
Thank you.
Right, you're absolutely right, Madam Chair. I apologize.
The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you have a list or know of any specific libraries that are having these problems that you speak of right now?
I will be giving you a letter from a particular town that is having problems. There are perhaps far more than we may be aware of. Unfortunately, my library in Londonderry is closed due to mold, which unfortunately was discovered and perhaps it just closed. So it had nothing to do with this. My library had nothing to do with this bill at all. But some oversight, things were overlooked and not passed on, and so it has mold and it's closed. So,
Follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
A quick follow-up. Thank you very much. While your bill addresses RSA 202, which is the RSA for libraries,
Yes.
it's silent on cities, in which the voter petition process is completely different from the voter petition process in RSA 39. Did you mean this bill to apply to towns and cities or just to towns? And if the latter, then why doesn't it say that?
I depended somewhat on the lawyers to write this, where I did not intend to eliminate any organization or any town, any city within the state.
The chair recognizes Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Perez, what particular skills does the governing body, that being the select board, city council, I'm not sure what other governing bodies there are, but what particular skills in management, HR, finance, et cetera, would members of a governing body be more likely to have than the Board of Library Trustees?
Thank you. Many towns have town managers, and the letter that I am going to give you is from a town manager who answers to the selectmen, who is very savvy in all the municipal laws and governing organization, and manages the HR department, the finance department.
Follow-up, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there statute that prohibits a library trustee or board of trustees from working with a town manager or a city manager to take advantage of those particular skills?
No, there is not that I'm aware of.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So you mentioned during your testimony that you worked with organizations to craft this bill. Can you mention what those who those organizations are?
Different towns. Different towns.
So you
that I
mentioned
work
you
with.
only have one. I'm sorry. May I follow up?
I was taking notes, so I didn't catch that. Yes, you may follow up.
So you mentioned you have a letter from one town. How many towns did you work with that are failing or having issues that they would like this bill?
I had 3 small towns reach out to me. And there are the town represented here. My town did not reach out to me, by the way. But there were other residents in some towns who had some concerns about their towns. And I do not feel at liberty to name specifically those towns. That would make it very, in my opinion, political.
The chair recognizes Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just confused a little bit about one of your answers. So I see that you have referenced all of the RSA 202s in your bill. It's actually RSA 202A:11 that addresses the duties of a trustee, and there's really about 3 of them. And I'm getting to my question, which is to adopt policy, spend the budget, and to oversee and take care of the compensation of the library director only. So I'm wondering why you answered that sometimes the trustee must take care of the hiring and the compensation of 17 or 18 employees, when the RSA is very clear that it is only the library director, one person, that the trustees are responsible for. The director then recommends hiring and everything for all of the other employees. So that number seemed inflated to me.
It's my understanding that those particular things need to be approved by the library trustees.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for taking my question. My question is framed by a bit of history that I'm not proud of, but I will admit here in public, I've admitted it to others. When I was chair of the select board, and I talked today about us going through a process in Northampton where we were trying to build a new library. Let's say the select board and some of the town and the library trustees and some of the town were not seeing eye to eye is an understatement. To say that this is not politicized, I can guarantee you, when I was chair of the select board, I would have used this to take control of the library and get what I wanted. So my question is, had I done that, how would the library get it back?
You would have had to have a vote of the town in order to take the library away. You could not have done it as a selectman. you could have had a warrant article put in and perhaps solicited people to vote in favor of it. But you as a selectman would not have the power individually to take that away from the library. It's the town that would have the vote, not an individual. Does that answer your question?
Follow up?
Yeah, it does answer the question. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What happens to the library trust funds, seeing that the library trustees oversee those trust funds? Now, does that go to the BOS, into their budget?
I would think not. I would think that where they are advisory, that they would still have the option of making decisions around how that trust fund is distributed, just like they do now. I know in our town, the head librarian would come and ask for monies from those for specific things. And where this would be advisory, I would think that they would still have the option to do that, but perhaps the money itself would be in an account at the town specifically for that.
The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question. So what specific skills do the Board of Selectmen have that the library trustees don't have, when usually the library director will utilize the DPW director for maintenance? They have specific relationships with vendors, IT systems, hiring the employees that have specific needs. So what specific skills do the Board of Selectmen bring?
Thank you. It wouldn't be specific skills, but your town has specific departments that could aid. Having an HR department to assist in the hiring of people. They would have a finance department that could assist in the management of money. They could have a budget committee that could assist directly in putting together their budget rather than just submitting the budget to the town for warrant. It's the specific skills that they have. In order for, and for the Department of Public Works to assist too, I think it depends, a lot of it depends on what you are putting as a job description for your library, your head librarian. For example, in my town, the job description that was hers in 2021 said that she was responsible for the maintenance of the building. So I think it would.
Further questions? Chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you for allowing me to take another question, Madam Chair, and thank you again for that shell. I'll never forget that. The library has a independent budget, just like the school committee. It's not, it has nothing to do with the municipal budget at all. Would you allow the selectmen to get their hands on that money?
No. In my town, the budget committee submits a budget just like the fire department, the DPW, the police department submit budgets to the town. And those budgets are in the warrant articles for the that are voted on in the town as part of the operating budget. In my particular town, our selectmen decided that they needed to cut the budget all around and went to the library like they did the DPW, the police and fire, and asked them to cut the budget. The difference would be that the sole manufacturing of the budget would not fall 100% on the head librarian to be submitted to. She could solicit help from the budget committee or more help from the town if they had some, part in the administration of it. Again, I want to reiterate that this is a may, the town needs to vote on it. It's no different than when we change different things at the town level. As far as the selectmen having perhaps more expertise, the selectmen have a town manager or a town administrator that has that expertise, has that knowledge, and has the availability to know the the laws that may have something to do around this. Not all, and the town manager is there. The trustees meet once a month. And when there are problems, perhaps 2, 3, 4 times a month. It's a lot to put on trustees only if they feel that they need help from the town itself, the town
you.
municipality itself.
Thank you, Madam Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking another question.
Sure.
When you go to library school and get a graduate degree in library science, isn't HR management a part of that degree?
HR management might be part of that degree, but I went to nursing school too. And I learned a lot of things that I may not have an expertise in all the time. I took pediatrics, I took oncology. I think it's a lot for some of these towns to ask of their manager, where their head librarian, where they have multiple employees that they have to manage on a day-to-day basis. Many, many, many activities that are going on. It's just an option to allow them to have the help should the town and the library decide to have it.
Follow-up question?
Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So by that logic, would you have the Department of Public Works come to the Select Board for Human Resource Management? Or the cemetery trustees, or let's see, what else? What other departments could we think of?
The Department of Public Works does work with human resources. Human resources helps them with the hiring of their employees.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. When I was elected to the select board in my town, I didn't know anything about how to run a town. So we have a town manager. Indeed, I do. So with the library, doesn't it have a similar situation in that there are the trustees get elected, they may know or may not know how to proceed, but they hire a head librarian who serves as the administrative officer for the public library and recommends to the board of trustees the appointment of all employees. So how is that different than a regular government? Why isn't the library seen as a separate, well, I want to say government, but separate entity that runs similarly but not the same or not together?
It can be viewed that way. I agree. But at the same token, some libraries cannot obtain their trustees, can't get them, and end up saying, gee, I'm running, will you run with me? And some of the big libraries, it's a lot for that head librarian to know all, to do all, to have now, and then having to be working with a board, a trustee group that perhaps doesn't have the savvy or the management skills that can assist them. At least when you're a selectman or town councilor, you have the town manager who is there 24/7 and does have the expertise in all the laws and all of the management of a municipality, which is can be a large or a small municipality. Again, let me reiterate, this is a may, not a shall bill.
Chair's going to make a comment. I'm hearing the same responses to questions, so I would ask the committee to ask different questions that are not going to elicit same answers over and over as we move forward. So the chair would like to recognize Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so my question is that you're right, Madam Chair. I'm hearing that people run for different boards and they don't have the expertise, but they learn on the job. I didn't quite know how to be a legislator when I was elected either. However, there are numerous boards that are available for trustees besides the town manager to help them with their job. For instance, New Hampshire Library Trustees Association, New Hampshire Library Association, NHMA. How would you encourage the a newly elected Board of Trustees to take advantage of those resources so that they could make sure that they did the best job that they could possibly do for the library?
Thank you. I would encourage that, and I think that is great and available. The difference that I see in this is that if you have a town manager, they are there on a day-to-day basis, and I think that makes a difference. And I agree with the legislature, it's a tough road to learn.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. This will be my last question for this, I think. So what extent would the selectmen oversee the library? Would they be approving the manifest? Would they be approving book purchase choices? What is the extent?
I don't see that way. I would assume that they would not. This has nothing to do with the day-to-day management. It has to do with freeing up the head librarian so that they may have the ability to work on the day-to-day things for purchasing books and that type of thing. But if they needed assistance in perhaps HR or finance, it would be available. And it wouldn't be the Board of Selectmen that I perceive this happening. It would be your town manager or your town administrator that would have a more direct impact on this, as opposed to the selectmen only meet once a month too, or twice a month, I'm sorry.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Thomas. And I will remind people providing in-person public testimony here on out that I have a number of pink cards, so we will need to limit in-person public testimony to 2 minutes. When you see the red folder, that means wrap up your remarks. And if you have additional information you'd like to share, please feel free to electronically submit that to the committee. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Thomas, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Thank you, Chairman Power and members of the Municipal and County Government. I'm glad to be here, and I look forward to hearing your questions if you have any. My name is Doug Thomas. I represent Rockingham County 16, which is the town of Londonderry. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. And also, full disclosure, my wife is the chair of the Londonderry Leach Library Trustees. So you might say I have a front row seat to what's going on here. My take is a little bit different than what you might have heard, but my testimony says that I believe that this bill is in direct conflict with the intent of independently run public libraries. In my opinion, it's a dangerous precedent to set, particularly for SB2 towns, because there's a reason why we have SB2 towns. And so by going over the RSA 202A2 and all the ABCs after that, it's very clear that the library trustees are in full control of the library as a separate
governing body. In fact, there's a 1994 case study, Littleton versus Taylor, which reaffirms the fact that the library trustees are a separate governing entity. So, to be fair, everyone has problems with trustees and libraries, but these are internal problems. The bills, as you legislators know, should not be submitted to solve the problem of any one town. And believe me, we do have some issues in the town of Londonderry. To just an example, with the short time I have here, what my fear is that should this bill be enacted, there is what was mentioned earlier. There is great threat of the town government taking away the independence of the library. For a fact, we are already having issues in town with our new town manager, who has usurped the powers of the chair of the library trustees, has made decisions in many areas that were not clear through the trustees, and has conversed daily with the previous library director as part of his staff instead of going through the chair of the trustees. So I see this as an attempt to take over control of the library, as some of the members here have previously indicated. Again, though, this is an internal issue, and it has no bearing on the bills, because we are a Dillon-run state. We are not a home rule state, and the legislature has decided that in the best interest of the state, that all SB2 towns would have libraries being separate governing entities to protect the sanctity and the independence of the library, and this bill threatens that. How much time do I have left? I'm sorry. Keep going? Okay. So we do have issues, and I can tell you that
Representative Thomas, he said that you went over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So-
I can easily sum this up then.
Okay,
I have submitted written testimony that you can read, and I humbly and respectfully request this committee to forcefully vote to ITL this bill. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the time to speak before you.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Are you willing to take questions?
Certainly.
Questions for Representative Thomas. Chair recognizes Representative Harvey.
So in previous testimony, I heard many times that the duties of the concern was that the director might be the library director might be overloaded with duties, and that he or she may transfer or work with or cooperate with the town manager to kind of alleviate her schedule. So is there a concern? There is a concern on my part, and I'm wondering if you share that, in that we're simply taking a whole lot of duties that belong to this person, and now we're putting a whole lot of duties onto this other person, who is also the person who is working with the budget committee, the zoning committee, the cemetery committee, the police force, the school board, the fire department, and now we're putting one more burden on that person. Does that concern you at all? It does me.
Thank you for the question. I'll be glad to answer that. I did not see it as a burden, again, from my perch of where I was. The library has 17 employees, and the previous director was running the library and handling many issues. The issue is that they were handling many issues, and many of them were being done and decided without coming before the trustees and informing them over after the fact. So it looked like a smooth operation, but in many instances, there were some irregularities that were trying to be fixed. But overall, the library in itself was being run well, and I did not see any problem with any of the duties that the librarian had to do, both with the budget or managing otherwise. It's just a few things that were not quite being done right.
Follow-up?
Yes, follow-up.
So I don't think I was clear. So basically what you're saying is your library director did not have to go to the town manager, that everything was running smoothly in her library.
Yes, everything was running smoothly in the library in that particular case. However, the town was frequently consulted when it came time to do budgets and HR information. That was done by both the chair of the trustees and the director.
Further questions? Chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you. I'm sorry to keep coming back, Madam Chair. I still can't get straight in my mind because, I mean, I must live in a town that's ideal because I'm not hearing any of these problems. And I'm so sorry what happened to Londonderry. But isn't it a fact that without this bill, the library trustees administrator can go to the town manager, the administrative assistant, or whomever is running that part of the business, municipal part, and ask for his assistance without having a legislation that takes away the trustees. So can't the administrator help the library under the present condition?
Thank you for the question. That's absolutely correct, and it was done nearly weekly in the town manager staff meetings. They were frequently meeting and discussing things and getting any assistance that they thought they needed.
I hope it works out. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and oops, I forgot to turn my mic off. From your perch, do you think it's, as a legislator, do you think that it is wise to pass legislation that affects the entire state to solve the problems of one town?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. No, I do not think it is wise to do that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, the chair calls Representative Horgan. Good afternoon, Representative Horgan, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And we have a very good public library, which we built a new one. We built a new one about 10 to 15 years ago. We also have very good relationships with the state legislative director. The library is well run. The town is well run. So they're doing a good job even without this bill. And I think, first of all, I think this is a solution in search of what seems to be a problem. I think there's a non-existent problem. Not everything goes well at every library. Probably not every library board of trustees is as good as it needs to be. But that's also true of the select boards and the town councils. Not every library administrator is perfectly. Lots of town administrators aren't perfect either. So I think from the operational standpoint, this bill is totally unnecessary. Also think just in terms of the independence of the library is a very special place. Anybody in town can go and borrow any book that's in the collection. The collection should have a very wide range of materials in it. That's actually one of my concerns about the book is there's been some dispute over like whether certain materials that many people in the community want to read, whether they should be made available. My feeling about that tends to be if you're offended by a particular book that's on the shelf or a DVD or a CD or whatever, obviously the solution to that is, of course, leave it on the shelf. Don't read it. Don't watch the movie. Don't listen to the CD if you don't like it. So, and I think the library is also a place that's open to everyone in the community. Many groups use it. In fact, after I'm finished my work in Concord, I'm going off to my public library for a monthly it's a bi-monthly meeting of our local Democratic Town Committee. I don't know where the Republican Committee meets, but they're welcome to meet there too. So I would just say maintain the independence of our libraries. Don't pass this bill. And of course, by the way, you should probably check to see what RSA 202A actually says. There is, in terms of the cities, there already is a lot of detail about what works in the cities. So anyways, I would say ITL this bill. It's out, by the way, when you check the blue sheets and the online thing, it's incredibly unpopular. Like nobody in my town liked it, for example. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. Are you willing to take questions?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Okay. Other questions for Representative Horgan? Seeing none, thank you.
Well, I would have tried to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Representative Colcomb. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for hearing my comments, and to the members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. For the record, my name is Rashay Colcomb. I represent Hillsborough's District 30, which are the towns of Antrim, Bennington, Hillsborough, and Windsor. I was here earlier and handed out my testimony because I wasn't sure that I'd be able to make it because I was in exec session all day. A lot of what has been discussed so far is already in my testimony, but I would like to highlight a couple of items in my testimony that hasn't been discussed in depth. Specifically regarding RSA 669(7)(I), which explicitly prohibits one person from holding a certain town office simultaneously with another to preserve the checks and balances. Currently, the select board any member of the select board cannot also hold a position of the trustee of the trust funds, vice versa. There is no stipulation that prevents a select board member from also being a library trustee or vice versa. A couple of the problems here that I see is that the trustees of the trust funds govern those trust funds, which some may help fund the library. The library trustees are enabled in our law to hold their own trust funds. Therefore, if the selectmen become the governing body of the library, the selectmen will therefore, in essence, be governing some trust funds that maybe is not intended under our law because we do not have an incompatible clause here under RSA 669(7). The other problem I see, which doesn't seem to solve the problem that the bill sponsors maybe are going after, is that with our law currently, there's nothing to stop the library trustees from running for office for the selectmen seats. So therefore, they can just move their seat and their governance from the library to the town, and the town manager, and the library. So I don't believe that this solution in this bill is solving the problems that they're looking for. So again, I've put this in here. I've suggested a couple of ways that maybe we can work at solving our problem. Maybe there's some amendments that can come through that maybe we can give ourselves some structure to remove members of the boards that are not performing their jobs. And the other thing I'd like to tap on, if I could real quick, it was mentioned something about the buildings and one library having some mold. It's my understanding from my training through the New Hampshire Trustee Library Association and the New Hampshire Municipal Association and everything else that I received as a trustee of the Fuller Library, actually alternate trustee. The buildings are actually owned by the towns. The libraries themselves do not own the buildings. So if there's mold in the building in this particular town, I'm not sure which one it is, I would question why the town manager and the select board have not been addressing the maintenance needs of that building because it's their building to be maintaining. So, that seems like that's a failure on the part of the select board and the town manager. So again, I encourage you to read the rest of the data that I have in here. We have statute that is over a century years old with how our libraries have been governed, and I don't see any reason to disrupt it. So I would encourage you to ITL this.
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to.
Questions for Representative Colcomb?
Oh, it's no fun.
Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Glynn. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Power, members of the Municipal and County Government Committee. My name is Nancy Glynn, and I'm from Sutton, New Hampshire. I'm here today in opposition to HB 1214. I am a mom, a veteran, a co-senior director for Moms Rising, a school board member, a select woman, and chair of my local library board of trustees. Yes, I know, I wear many hats, but I also bring with me experience as a municipal elected official who is responsible for the well-being of my town and also holds the responsibility to foster the growth and community resources of my local library. They are two separate animals, and I would be lying to your faces if I said that it would be easy for municipalities to just take on the duties of a library board of trustees, or that personally that I have not had some difficulties in trying to balance the two. I was shocked to see that none of the sponsors of this bill happened to serve on their local library board of trustees. And I hope you find that my perspective could be helpful here. I actually ran for my select board seat because the select board was not following up with building maintenance that needed to be done to the library. So that resulted in decades of neglect that happened to our local building. So that was honestly what fueled me to even run for select board. Public libraries in New Hampshire are legally and structurally separate from municipal government to ensure their independence, protect their funds from local political pressure, and maintain control over their policies, collections, and operations through elected boards of trustees. If a community is unhappy with its policies, the voters can elect new trustees. So why is this bill even necessary? Elected trustees undergo specific training and dedicate their time solely to library policies, patron needs, and professional library standards. General municipal bodies lack this focused understanding and would be overburdened with library-specific operational decisions. I say this from experience. I am the first select woman to attend local governance training and finance budget training offered to support local elected officials. If we have select board members and city councilors unwilling to attend the training for them to do the job they are currently doing, why should we expect for them to be able to take more training to be able to learn about the governance of a library? I know that our
Ms. Glenn?
Yeah.
Your time has expired. Could you wrap up and summarize in a sentence or two?
Yes, essentially, I'd mentioned that I was the first select woman to attend trainings from the select board. We love being the first here in New Hampshire. We were also the first in having tax-supported free library in the U.S. established in Peterborough in 1833. This fostered a tradition of local citizen-led governance, and it's a tradition that each and every one of you guys are utilizing right now. That's it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Glenn? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Millette. Good afternoon and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Renee Mallet. I live in Wyndham. I am a former Chester Public Library trustee, and I'm currently a board member of the New Hampshire Library Trustee Association. So it should come as no surprise that I'm very opposed to HB 1214. I don't know if in preparation for this hearing, it sounds like a lot of you did read over the RSAs that govern our public libraries. I specifically want to start and just read the beginning of RSA 202A1, which says, mindful that, as the Constitution declares, knowledge and learning generally diffused through a community are essential to the preservation of a free government. The legislature recognizes its duty to encourage the people of New Hampshire to extend their education during and beyond the years of formal education. I think this is very important to keep in mind when we're talking about this bill. We live in a time when we have more information than we've ever had before, but having an abundance of information is not the same as having free and open access. And that is exactly what voters need in order to take part in our democracy. We are in a state where the state sets the educational standards for our public schools. The FCC licenses the broadcasters that carry our news. Facebook and Google and other corporations are controlling algorithms that are showing us information every day. Libraries are different by design. They're meant to be independent. The libraries are shaped by the trustees that answer directly to the communities they serve. They don't tell anybody what to think. They're not broadcasting a single message that benefits any particular political party. All of the information is put out on the shelf equally, and it is up to the average citizen to walk in and choose what they want to learn more about and to help make up their own minds about who and what to vote for. I see I've got the red flag. My concern is that HB 1214 would limit this independence, and that's the very basis of why libraries were created. We have a long history, as has been said, about supporting independent libraries, and I think that we should continue to do that. With respect to Representative Perez's argument, you could say a school superintendent oversees many more employees, many more buildings, much more maintenance, but we're not talking about making a school board advisory and then putting all of that work onto a selectman. To say that it is too much work for a part-time volunteer, which all of us are, and then to give that work to another part-time volunteer on top of everything else they do, it's not efficient, and I don't see how it helps anybody. So I hope that you will ITL this, and I will take questions if anybody has them.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair recognizes Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and depending on the answer, I may have a follow-up, and thank you for taking my question. Can libraries enter into cooperatives?
Yes.
May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So if one library found that they were having trouble managing, one library group of library trustees decided they weren't, is there anything preventing them from entering into a cooperative to tap into the experience of other trustees to have general management and best practices?
So actually, as I said, I'm on the board of directors for the New Hampshire Library Trustee Association. That is what we do. We offer support and resources and training for library trustees, and we have plenty of people. We do an annual conference every year where we teach sessions on budgeting and growing your library and library policy, and we have an amazing turnout. We've actually have so many people that attend this conference that we had to move up to a larger venue, and we're already kind of at capacity there. So there are support for library trustees. Like I said, there's not just my nonprofit organization that I'm part of. As has been said, they have access to talking to the town administrator, talking to other people in town if they feel like they need it. But I'm very amazed at the wonderful job that our library trustees do, and I hate to. I know it was not meant as an insult, but to say, oh, well, they're just part-time volunteers. We're all part-time volunteers. We're all capable people. And when we need help, we reach out and we get the expert help that we need.
The chair recognizes Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up on the thought that you put out there that it's important for libraries to remain independent. And so one of the things that concerns me about this bill, and maybe if you would speak to that, if indeed the library director is then going to work solely with the town administrator, because the town administrator may have the expertise that would help. In my town, the town administrator is one person. So that seems a little bit, that could be a little bit biased if that town administrator has a certain bias. Where if the library director is working with trustees, and in my town, again, that's 7 trustees with 3 alternates, that's 10 people, plus all of the NHLTA and gatherings and so forth that they do. That seems to me to be to foster independence rather than working with just one person. Am I making myself clear? Do you understand?
I mean,
and is
I
that
think
a
that's
concern?
the reason why, whether it's a library trustee board or any of the boards in our town, it's never just one person, and it's always an odd number so that there can be a vote and that the different voices can be heard and viewpoints. And, none of us have a monopoly on good ideas. And I always think having more voices, sharing them is better than leaving it up to a single person, especially town administrator who they do everything. Why are we giving them more work? Why are we saying a group of 5 to 10 people can't handle this work, so we're going to give it to this one person to do? If a kind of surprising thing that I think a lot of people don't think about is that the library trustees are sort of their own thing. If you made a flow chart of, power, whether it's in the town or the city or the state, the library trustees are over here. They are answerable directly to the people that vote for them. And certainly, just like with a school board, dealing with teachers or a superintendent, maybe certain towns do have issues, but I I think, as has already been said, I don't think that creating a state law to fix one town's problem is the right answer.
Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Representative Jack.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming. Can you explain somewhat how the money works? Because the point is, there are trust funds and there are budgets, and I would assume the library trustees are empowered to spend those funds. And suddenly, if you put them into an advisory role, they can't approve spending the money, and the bill doesn't say who does have the power to spend the money. So if you could take us through how that works now.
It can be a little different from town to town, but generally the library funds are attached to the library. I'm certainly not a lawyer or a legislature, but I would think that whoever is in charge of the library is going to be the person that is in charge of those funds, which in this case, it sounds like it would be a town select board. I actually don't even know how that would work because a lot of the trust funds, I think they would have to all be reviewed depending on how they're written. They may say specifically in them that they're to be spent by library trustees or for the library. There's so many, I mean, I can only speak for the towns that I've lived in. My husband was a trustee of the trust funds, and even he couldn't have told you what all of the trust funds were or what they were for. My understanding is that they are all very individual and would have to be gone over, and that would have to be sorted out.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Green. Good afternoon, Ms. Green, and welcome to Municipal and County Government.
Thank you. My name is Shirley Green, and I'm a library trustee in Enfield. I've been a trustee since 2011. I've been a treasurer since then, and also served as co-chair. And it's been a real pleasure all those years to work with the other trustees and the library staff to make the library a place for the community to gather and provide valuable resources and partner with other organizations, town boards, and to make all this happen. And when the trustees are always there to support the director if there's a problem, and we also communicate with the New Hampshire Library Trustees Association whenever we have a question that we have an answer to. In fact, we had a trustee meeting last night and a question came up, and I'm going to be writing to the Library Trustees Association when I get home this afternoon. But there are just a few points that I'd like to make quickly, and you've probably heard this in other testimony. And I would like to say I agree with and I support all the testimony that you've heard prior to me today. And the governance of libraries is best left in the hands of library trustees who have a vested interest in the mission of the town libraries. The governance of the library should be independent of the select board in order to ensure freedom of information to all citizens. It is essential that libraries be independent so that they can operate free of prejudice in any agenda by governmental agency. Trustees understand the laws governing the libraries. We follow the RSAs. If they have any question as to whether what we're doing is legal, we look it up and make sure that we are making the legal decision. And the rights of patrons have obligated themselves to defend those freedoms. They're very important to us. And I think that, this is what we focus on, to put this in the hands of the select board who have so many other things to handle in the town. I think they wouldn't be prepared to do that. And the trustees work solely for the library. The select board runs the entire town. The trustees work with the select board in matters concerning the library. There is no need for the select board to be in charge of it. It is a transfer of responsibility that has no merit or justification. And I'm going to skip to, I think this bill attempts to solve a problem that doesn't exist. The existing law works fine, and there's no reason to change it. And I would certainly oppose there being a warrant article, the town having a warrant article to decide whether there should be trustees or not. This is over a century-old institution, and it has worked well.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, I am.
Questions for Ms. Green? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Mr. Beavers. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to Municipal and County Government Committee.
Thank you for having me. My name is Jefferson Beavers. I am the Library Director of the Conway Public Library, and I am here today representing the Conway Public Library Board of Trustees and the Town of Conway Select Board. I think a lot of the things I came here to say today have already been said, so what I'd like to do in the interest of brevity is to just read the letter that you guys are passing around now, which was jointly signed and approved by the Library Board of Trustees and the Conway Select Board. The Conway Public Library Board of Trustees and the Town of Conway Select Board unanimously opposed the passing of House Bill 1214, which would replace a proven professional governance model for New Hampshire public libraries with direct political control that could severely jeopardize library operations across the state. Library trustees are elected for their specific commitment to and specialized knowledge of library services. They provide a crucial buffer that protects First Amendment and intellectual freedom at the local level by insulating libraries from short-term political disputes and censorship pressures. This bill undermines what has been consistent New Hampshire policy for 135 years, 125 of which the Conway Public Library and the Conway Select Board have successfully worked together to provide exceptional library services to our residents. RSA 202A2, which would be amended by House Bill 1214, is the modern law that establishes library trustees as the governing board of a public library. While the original 1963 language of this RSA demonstrates a clear intent to create independent professional governance for public libraries that protects them from political influence, the precursor to this law can be found in the 1891 Public Statutes of New Hampshire. These statutes, which establish the foundational structure for public libraries in the state, hold a dedicated board of trustees that separates public libraries from municipal politics as a deliberate founding principle. In contrast, House Bill 1214 represents a fundamental break from this long-standing tradition of independent trustee governance. A municipality assuming control of their town's public library would also undermine the spirit of local democracy that is unique to New Hampshire. This bill could effectively void the results of a town election, disenfranchising citizens who specifically voted for library leadership. In the instance that a public library is unable to field a candidate to run for their board, RSA 202A10 already provides a mechanism for filling vacancies through an appointment process. New Hampshire, home to the first state library in the United States and first municipally funded free public library in the world, pioneered the model for modern American public libraries. We ask that you protect this proud history of independently governed libraries by deeming House Bill 1214 an expedient to legislate. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Beavers. Question for Mr. Beavers? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last pink card that I have is the chair recognizes Ms., and I'm not sure what this says, Protlicky. Come to the microphone.
My name is Beverly Patlicky. And,
Just start
okay,
from the
thank
beginning
you,
so we
thank
can hear you.
I just
Yes.
want to thank the municipality board for calling me to the microphone. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to speak. I was listening to the testimony prior, and I want to thank everybody for testifying today. And I am a library director for a small town library, and the only thing that I feel like I can concur with the last speaker, 100%. The only thing that I would bring to the attention of this board is that there's a great discrepancy between all 236 libraries in New Hampshire. Some libraries have the representation that they need to be able to run an effective library, and other small towns may struggle with that. So, but there was a point made here that was very clarifying to me, which is that this bill may have been brought up due to a building issue, and that was clarified by Representative Colcom. And I think that's a point worth making. The only other thing I would say is that the person that was here speaking before me from the New Hampshire Library Board, New Hampshire Library Trustees Association, I would highly recommend that anybody serving on a library board of trustees would refer to that organization if they had any questions. And I do find, in my experience as serving as a library director in New Hampshire, that some library trustees do need to be pointed to that resource. They may not even know it exists. I would just mention that that organization is key to maintaining the heritage that the library director here spoke of. So I think it's worth, pointing people into that direction if they're going to be serving on a library board of trustees board. Because if you serve as a library board of trustees, it's not just showing up to a meeting once a month. There are more responsibilities involved. You have to be aware of all of the RSAs. You are trusted with the monies, spending the monies, or overseeing the spending of the money. And so that's a pretty heavy-duty responsibility. So it is important that you're up on the New Hampshire statutes. Okay, so that's it. I really appreciate being
Thank you
here
for your
today.
testimony. Are you
Learned a
willing to
lot.
take any questions?
If anybody
It's
has a
optional.
question, sure.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Pretlicki? Seeing none, thank you. So that represents the last pink card that I have in my possession. And at this time, I will ask, is there anybody present who wishes to speak to this bill who has not yet had the opportunity to do so? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Gilman to report out the blue sheets.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the room today, we had 7 in opposition and 0 in support. And on the remote sign-in, we had 7 in support and 1,355 opposed.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. And with that, the chair will close the public hearing on House Bill 1214.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative McDonald?
I would like to have the, ask you, request you to go into executive session on House Bill 12-1214.
Is there a second? Okay. Is that Representative, do you have a question, Representative Farnt? Okay, yes.
I was going to second
Okay.
Representative McDonald.
Okay, just hold
Assume
1
that was
minute.
a motion.
Representative Murphy is recognized. What is?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What was that number again, Representative Gilman?
7 in support, 1,355 opposed.
Thank you.
So at this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 1214 relative to public libraries. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I make a motion to ITL
Is there-
1214.
Is there a second? Chair recognizes Representative Stavis to second that motion. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. It's pretty clear from the testimony that we received here that this particular bill is to deal with the problem at one particular library where the representative is from. I know I got a lot of calls, a lot of emails of my residents, and I've lived in my town all my life, and our library trustees have done an outstanding job. And I see no reason for the change the job they've been doing based on one particular town and one problem in a particular town. Thank you.
Further comments? Okay, seeing none. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1214. If you are in support of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes, please.
Representative Guthrie. Oh, excuse me, he's absent. Representative Dolan. Oh, sorry, guys. Excuse me. I'm tired. The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz.
Yes.
Representative Karasinski.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Walker.
Yes.
Representative Stavis.
Yes.
Representative Gilman.
Yes.
Representative Majori.
Yes.
Representative Frocht.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Gerard.
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 15-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 1214 is inexpedient to legislate. And without objection, that recommendation will go on the House consent calendar. And Representative McDonald, will you be writing the committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will be.
Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 1214 is now closed. So that concludes our publicly scheduled business for the day, and I have a few quick afternoon announcements. First, as a reminder, Monday, February 16th is President's Day and state offices will be closed. The committee will meet next week on Tuesday, February 17th at 9 a.m. for the purpose of execing the 40 bills that that we have not yet execed. If you haven't noticed, this committee has heard 81 bills with the hearing of House Bill 1214. Additionally, the House will be in session next week on Thursday, February 19th, and I heard that there is a distinct possibility that there will be an additional House session on Wednesday, February 18th. So I would also like to say, there will be a revised meeting notice going out with regards to this committee meeting on February 17th, as well as on the 20th. So any work that we are unable to complete on the 17th, we will continue that executive session on the 20th. So what that means is we will potentially be meeting Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. So therefore, I would ask that the members be attentive to both their email as well as the House calendar for both meeting and House session announcements. Questions? Seeing none, thank you, everybody, and the meeting is now adjourned.